Every time I blink, my model like flickers slightly. That's how I'd like to start the stream. That's the opening words right there. Hello, welcome. Oh, I forgot the fancy. I almost choked on my own spit right there. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm PikaChoke. Welcome to your host club. If I say your host club, is it more personal than like our host club? I feel like if it's our host club, we're like sharing the space, but like if it's your host club, then it's like it's yours. It belongs to you. Like everything you see before you is yours if you so desire. Yeah, welcome. It's a bit early for a stream, but I woke up and I was like, I wanted to play Satisfactory. And I was like, actually, I wanted to play Deadlock for a little bit, but then that didn't happen. So I had like, I was like, I should really like do stuff and go outside. And I was like, I'm not gonna do that stuff. So I was like, I can't play Deadlock because I didn't do that stuff. But then I was like, I'm like procrastinating basically. And I was like, well, I don't think I'm gonna do that stuff. So I'm here. I'm gonna play games. I'm gonna play Satisfactory, but I'm punishing myself by not allowing myself to play Deadlock because I didn't do the things. So we'll do stream instead. I don't know why. It's like okay for me to play Satisfactory after not having done chores, but it's like it's fine if you can't play Deadlock because that's what you want to do. You can play Satisfactory though because it's like, you know, whatever. I guess something like that. Anyway, welcome. It's 21:30 in the Mountain Standard Time Zone. I don't know what time it is wherever you are in the world. It could vary. That's on you to figure out, I guess, for what you will from that. I used to be on like radio and you have to do like top of the hour, and so it's like it makes sense there because you're just like it's 11:45 and blah blah blah. Thank you for listening to insert name here FM. And it makes sense because most of like the radio waves aren't gonna like leave the state probably. So it's like it works because it's like, well, yeah, you just insert time here, and it's like, oh well, everybody's in this time zone, so it's not that like a big of a deal. But like here on the internet, things are global, and yeah, that's how time works. I am curious, like I don't know, like so at some point I like to believe that human beings are going to leave planet Earth and possibly like, I don't know if we're gonna like colonize Mars, but I do think like space exploration is like in humanity's future at some point. At least I would like to believe that would happen. So I'm like adjusting my tilt here, trying to balance out, I guess, even us out a little bit. But I don't know how that's gonna work because I'm like, you know, time zones are like anchored to Earth. And clocks are also anchored to Earth, and once you get to space, clocks start doing like weird things. Like you get like weird, like time dilation type of stuff. And so I'm just like, what are they gonna do? Because it's like even like most time is not only like Earth based, it's like solar system based. So I'm like, so once you like leave, I guess we probably won't leave the solar system for like a bit, so that's probably not gonna be too big of a deal. Like, I was like, Mars time gonna work, and it's like, why are people on Mars gonna use Earth time? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, just because once upon a time people came from Earth, we're just gonna do everything by like Earth time? We're like, no, we were like, fuck that. Like, we're on Mars. Like, Mars is the real time. So I feel like there's gonna be a huge fight between like what time zones the real times, and also my stream elements. I have the wrong stream title, but I don't know what to believe there. But yeah, so it's like, and then I feel like so that's gonna be like the first hurdle is gonna be like what Mars time versus Earth time, and then it's like, what's like the second hurdle gonna be? I'm like, how are people like outside of Earth? Well, even then it's like, how are Mars years are gonna be different from like Earth years? So it's like, what am I gonna do? People are like, what year is it? And you're like, Earth or Mars? Like, or like, you know, like even if we go beyond that, like I guess there's probably no other real hospitable like planets in the solar system. I'm thinking like if you're on a space station, you're not gonna give a fuck about what year it is on Earth or Mars, or like you're not gonna give a shit about what time of day it is. So it's like, I feel like you're just gonna like, what time is it? And it's gonna be like, yes, it is time. Like right now it's time. Yes. Like we have time. Yes, time is available. Or like you go like mission time, you're gonna be like, it's like 2,000 million minutes since like the mission started. That's what time it is. Like, and it's like sometimes it's like the sun's not even gonna rise or set, like if you're on like a spaceship like that. So it's like, what the fuck is day gonna mean to you? It's gonna be like, when did like the ship lights turn on, if that's like a thing, if the ship even decides to like turn the lights on? Like, are they gonna fake it to like replicate like Earth? Is it gonna be like 8? Yeah, it's like, what is time really? What's also hello mage. But it just makes me like, how is that gonna work? I just feel like people in their spaceship, they're not gonna give a shit when the sun comes up because they're gonna look out the window and the sun's gonna be there. And I'm like, well, like, I know if you leave the solar system, there's gonna be no sun. So how are people gonna time? You know, what's up with that? How's that gonna work? That's my biggest question. I suppose I could worry about other like earthly matters or like other things we gotta fix first, you know, like renewable energy or something maybe. But no, I'm over here. I'm just like, how can we leave planet Earth if we can't calculate time? I guess like I'm thinking like before the internet came out and before like computers like made time so like relevant. I was like, what did they do for time back then? They just lived in the moment until like the clock and like the town center was installed. There's actually some crazy like elaborate like pneumatic clock systems. I can't remember where they're at. I remember like watching a whole documentary on this. Like where? I have to ask Google, where are the pneumatic clocks of the world? I want to say it was like France or like Italy or something. They spent like a giant elaborate Paris. It was Paris. Okay. Yeah, it was a haven for pneumatic clocks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The city boasted a vast network of these timepieces, all synchronized by pulses of air pressure from a central master clock. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like pendulums are pretty portable. Like that's like the ideal way to go. But it does make me think that I don't know. I guess because like they cared about being like, because like I guess before that you could just be like, sorry, boss, my clock was off. Like, people are like, oh, well, I guess his clock like was off, right? But I don't, like, that must have been fucking miserable if, like, you had, like, a home clock that wasn't synchronized with, like, your work clock, and then work's like, you're 10 minutes late by our account, you're fired. But you're like, but my home clock's like, I'm 10 minutes early. Like, I don't know, I guess that, like, whole, like, standardization of time is, like, interesting, but then it's also makes me think like maybe life would be better off without like any kind of attempting to do that. I guess like people who like pay other people money to get things done in like a timely fashion probably would enjoy that though. I like this system because I'm a very lazy person that doesn't adhere very well to like time zones or time and things like that. But I feel like people that like are very orderly or pay other people like by the hour, they probably like this system where all the time is very sorted out, you know? Definition of a second is the duration of, I think I've actually, yeah, like the whole, like, we've redefined the second to be like the cesium atom. It's like that works. I guess that is true, that works for like seconds, but then it's still like, as far as like a calendar goes, I feel like a calendar still like starts at one place and ends at another, you know? I did have the starting soon or whatever screen set up on there. We measured an atom with a laser. Exactly. I heard even those are like, I think those have issues though. Because I think as they actually measure like the cesium, like vibrations in that thing that steals like some energy from the system, and those slowly actually break down over time. So I think there's like a new fancy way of recording time, I think, that like supposedly doesn't let that happen as much. But I could be wrong about that. I don't remember the details. I'm like, this is something I feel like I remember reading recently. Anyway, welcome to the Host Club. Today we're playing Satisfactory. Yesterday we were also playing Satisfactory, so I feel like this might get boring. I don't know. That's my one disclaimer. I'll let you decide from this point on, but that's my one. This is your out right now. If you're like, oh god, this is gonna be a terrible stream, and you feel inclined to stay for some reason, I'm letting you know right now this might be absolutely dull. My plan today is to, so yesterday, ignoring all the heavy machinery. So yesterday we had all this stuff that like goes into the factory, right? And I'm like, all right, well, like some of these are filling up at like different paces than others, and some of these machines are taking at different rates than others. So what I really wanted to do is just make like a giant wall of like smelting stuff, and then have it just make like a giant like box of ingots basically. I think there was like a to-do list for this though. I distinctly remember making like a checklist in my brain and thinking like, all right, we got to do this, this, and this tomorrow, and then everything will be great. And I don't remember what any of that stuff was. So Like skill issues, getting satisfactory to start, compile shaders for some reason. Going to your CPU on your computer. Usually it's like your GPU, to be honest. Like a shader program, I think, is built like on the GPU. So usually it takes like a while for your GPU to like. Yeah, I feel like I could go into more detail about some of the stuff. I'm not like super certain about a lot of this, but I have actually looked into this before. So there's this thing called shader language, which is what like makes all these textures on the screen, like stuff, right? And so shader languages are usually written in like high-level shader language, and then I think there's like a different, there's one that's like the Windows uses like HLSL, which I think is like DirectX based, and there's another one that like the other stuff uses, and I can't remember, it's like something GC, something NGC, something like that. It's like you just work here and you turn your TV on because I'm sick and don't want to deal with customers yelling at you from work. Compilers are written in CView. Is this true? Oh, GLSL. I believe that. Does your CPU actually build the shader like program? I thought it was like built on the GPU. Could be wrong. I'm definitely willing to admit that I may not know what I'm talking about here. Also, I've run around in circles and done nothing. I think stuff we had to do with like unlocking stuff. Okay, I think we wanted coal power first, was like our first milestone. You just want your 50 series GPU? Are they available yet? I heard like the 4090 is already becoming like obsolete, and like, I thought the 5090 didn't come out yet. Give your card away to some rando? That'd be an interesting like way to upgrade, I guess. My 3090 is actually sitting in like a box in my closet, and I have looked at it several times and thought like, I bet someone would be more than happy to have this card. It was like a 3090 Ti, like, and it's sitting there. And it used to be in my computer, but I didn't have enough PCI bandwidth to run both at like 16x. So I was like, well, this thing's basically like, I don't know, because I had it in the primary GPU slot, so it was getting like 8x, but then it was also sharing another 8x with like this 4090, and I was like, I bet I would get the same performance, if not better, out of just using this 4090. So I took the 3090 out, and then it's like sitting there. Compiles with the GLSL to GPU assembly. I think it's like each GPU has its own like internal like language that it uses. But I do think you could be right about the CPU thing, because I think I remember reading that like most like high-level shader language, HLSL, like is compiled with like an old ass fork of like LLVM2. And it's not open, it's like, and all that goes into like a proprietary black box thing that was like written by Microsoft. And so there's one dude on the internet somewhere that wrote this giant blog post about how he has like the only open source HLSL compiler that like was forked off like an actual modern version of LLVM. And somewhere I want to know that like if Windows used this instead, because I think that's like a pre-optimized version of like LLVM2 or something like that. And I remember thinking like, if we use this instead, like, would we be getting better frame rates right now? Like, if I used this if I replaced the version of this in my PC with this guy's open source version that's more up to date, would I end up with like just slightly more efficient shader programs? But then he said like he ran a shader through it. I think it is. It's like old. It might be old. It might be newer than that, but I remember it being like a very, very old fork of like LLVM, and it was like pre-optimization pass. I'll try to find like the blog post if I can. Some guy made open source G. I don't even know where to begin to look for this. GPU shader compiler, open source, DirectX shader compiler. This repo hosts the source. This is the Microsoft one. Yeah, it says the starting point of this project is a fork of the LLVM and Clang projects modified to accept HLSL and emit a valid container that can be consumed by GPU drivers. At the moment, DirectX HLSL compiler provides the following components: DXC.exe, and I think this DXE or this DXC.exe thing is like the black box like command line thing that like nobody has the source code for. So it's like almost open source, but it's like open source like a Microsoft way. Look at this fine machinery. Is it me? Am I the fine machinery? Or are you talking about the factory? There's a dude that like did a blog post, open source DirectX compiler. I'm gonna try to find this. Not this one. Not the. These are like the fake open source compiler. Oh, this is it. I found it. Yeah, this guy like goes on and talks about it, like. And I would take some of this with a grain of salt because it's like he said he built the shader compiler better than Microsoft, and I mean it's like his blog, right? So it's like that's like if I said like I'm the best VTuber, I do VTubing better than other VTubers, right? And it's like, but it's said by me. So it's like that opinion matters, cause you know, like I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't say that, but then I'm just saying like, you know, I have more stake in the game to hype my own self up as a VTuber type of thing. So it's like I would take some of that with a grain of salt. But it was a pretty interesting read because like he goes on to talk about how like he's like the DirectX graphics API uses HLSL as its shading language of choice in the past. With Direct3D 11 and earlier, this compiler was called FXC, the FX compiler. And then he talks about how DXC enters the scene, and then he has like the whole he talks about like how they forked like LLVM. Oh, it's LLVM version 3.7. So I was wrong. It wasn't 2, but it's still old, very very old. But the only thing I think that like I thought about this was like he ran like the same piece of like shader language through it, and then he's like, and I got a functionally, or I think he said he got like a byte for byte equivalent shader like back out of it, which means that it's technically not better, right? It's just equal. So that's the only downside, because I thought like, well, if you use all this stuff and you could make like a newer, like a better, and again it goes back to like we're building all these shaders with like LLVM3, right? It's like I feel like surely if you ran that like on a more modern version of LLVM, like maybe our GPUs would have like just better frame rates or something. Like maybe these programs would just be a little bit more efficient. And then it's like, I don't know. Maybe for all I know, it could just be a bunch of effort that like wouldn't net you many gains. But I like to believe that like if someone took the time to upgrade this, we might actually have better GPU performance, but it's hard to say. Yeah, I think like it says like Microsoft had a plan to like upgrade their fork, and then I think they gave up on it. And then this guy like he's got like this weird part too where he's just like, don't ask me how I did this, but here's how I got this compiler that does this thing. I'm like, he's like, and it's perfectly legal, and I didn't steal proprietary Microsoft technology, even though they're the only people who have that one piece of code. So I'm like, did you reverse engineer this? And he's like, I'm like, I feel like, I don't, yeah, so anyway, but, yeah, there's your, like, that's like my the one, like, nerdy thing I remember reading pretty recently. And I'll admit I didn't understand like a ton of it, but it was pretty interesting to like just kind of like skim through and try to make sense of. Yeah. In other news, it's been I should probably do like, I don't know, I'm not looking forward to like tearing down our factory, I guess. But I feel like I should. Yes. Okay, I was gonna grab plates, right? Because we need. There's no. This is like the overflow for the plates, but there's no overflow for plates yet. I think last time on stream I was debating whether to shut down like the. I don't know if it's the rotor production or the. I think it's this production. If we shut down this, then we get like a reinforced. We can build up some reinforced plates and we can use them to like upgrade new technologies. But I also feel like it feels really bad to like shut that off and then not be making progress towards like phase 2. You know. At the same time though, I feel like there's a lot of stuff to do here. Like in phase, are we only in phase 1? Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of stuff to do here in like phase 1. But like I don't. What if I just shut it on? What if we just do like half of it? So we'll still make some, but then we'll build up a little bit more in terms of like plates. It's still gonna take forever to like build though. I'm just gonna steal these. I feel like we need like 150 of these, and I'm not. I mean, I guess we have like screws and plates, so we could just start assembling these by hand. I don't know if there's like a screw overflow. I think it's here, but I think this is using like all these screws actually. Which is my other issue. We have all this stuff that's like... Is this making rotors? It's waiting for rods though. I'm gonna steal these screws. I feel like none of these ratios are right either. This needs iron ingots. There are none. There aren't enough. Which is weird, because like... This box is full of them. Which makes me think that like these should be getting more of these way faster. There shouldn't really be like a bottleneck here. Unless... like... I don't... There's so much space on the conveyor belt too, so it's like I don't even think it's like... Oh, you know what? That's this. It's gotta spit these out faster so that these can like distribute better. Yeah, okay, there we go. Maybe. I don't know, like... I feel like we need like an even better conveyor belt here. This still isn't one-to-one. My brain's realizing that like these are only coming out like every other space because this can only fill it up like so fast, you know, then it makes sense that like some of this machinery isn't getting the parts it needs fast enough. If you have like if you have a whole stack of stuff and then you split that stack in half, it's only natural that like each thing downstream would only get half the resources of the original stack. I do think it gets like weirder and more nuanced with like the speed at which some of these conveyor belts feed things. So I don't know. I guess the main thing is I want coal power before I have to refill all these little power plants. I really don't want to chop down more trees. So I'd like to get coal power up and running. Wait, how many? I didn't even look how much biofuel's in that. 30. Yeah, that's not a lot of time to like try to get the stuff up and running. I have a steam massage. Okay. I feel like I needed something. My brain has left the building. Got distracted by compilers, like GPU compilers. I thought these footsteps kind of like fit the beat of the music. I can't believe there's only like 69 plates. We have like so many like. I thought we have so. Right there. I guess this is gonna take forever. I'm tempted to like, can I go put a power slug in one of those other machines and just have it like absolutely like shit out plates? I feel like our entire factory operation is doomed. I'm also thinking like I really like the idea of just like dumping all the ingots into like a mass ingot storage and then like having them flow out of that storage. But I'm thinking like that's a really bad idea because that means like we're bottlenecked at like everything going into that storage and everything coming out of that storage. And I'm already experiencing like issues now with like bottlenecks and like the supply and demand of like certain things. And I'm thinking like, what if I just did it like a one-to-one, like, all right, this stuff comes in on this line and feeds these machines. I feel like it's way easier to do that than to be like, all right, and here's our giant box of our giant storage box of stuff. Although I think like with one of the storage upgrades, that like massive storage box, I think it has multiple inlets and outlets. I'm thinking like maybe that'll make this less terrible. because then each of those can just feed at whatever rate like the conveyor belt comes out of it at. And we have like a better chance to dump a more centralized storage into those type of things. But I'm also thinking like there's at some point like the mining machines get an upgrade, and they're gonna have even more stuff like trying to pour out of them, and we're gonna have even more stuff like trying to bottleneck off like the same conveyor belts. And it just seems like a nightmare to like try to figure this out and manage it. But I'm thinking like if you just have every one of these like, okay, so if we have every storage bin go into like a splitter, like both levels, right? Then it's like, I feel like that can easily power like the conveyor belt beneath it. If that makes sense. You'll get like, so you, no matter what, like it'll, whatever goes into that, it'll be like divided by 3. So if you have like a Mark II conveyor belt that can move like 120 things, but then if you feed that into a splitter, that should easily be able to power like 3 Mark I conveyor belts. Because it'd be like 120 divided by 3, so it'll only be like 40. And so it's like you could easily move like 40 stuff with the Mark I conveyor belt thing. Yeah, if that makes sense. I'm afraid that like I keep alt tabbing, and I'm afraid that when I tab back in, I'm gonna end up shooting this like rebar gun by mistake and obliterating something very important. I can't believe it actually like we're short on screws of all things. I thought we had like so many. I was like, there's no way, right? Alright, well, back to making plates. Oh, I should have picked a milestone actually. Since I know that we're working towards this anyway, I should have just selected it as our milestone. We could probably drop these, yeah, we could drop the rotors off. Consolidate these in our inventory. We need 500 cable as well, which probably isn't going to be very fun to make, but I'll put that there, and then that there, and then we'll sort this. And then I'm really not looking forward to like making, oh wait, I don't want to make these, sorry. I'm not looking forward to making a bunch of like steel technology either. Probably won't be very, I don't know, I'm like not, because you need coal to make steel. You also need coal for power. You can see the issue that's arising here before the issue that we haven't quite reached yet, but the issue that's about to plague us. I should have grabbed more iron plates when I did the thing. How many of these more do you need? 20-ish, 19. At least we built up a lot of plates, I guess. I hope this is enough. This feels like an insane amount of plates to have, so. That's 9. We need more screws. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, I think the other thing I thought too is that we'll like move this stuff. I want the giant wall of iron getting smelted down here, but then I kind of want to put the smelters like up a floor, I guess. I want to put like all this stuff like up on the floor above this. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that ceiling that's like up there. I'm just gonna kind of like let the factory naturally form itself. Does it sound like a terrible idea? Normally I like box stuff out and then I'm like, all right, this is the fact. We'll fill this space with like this. We'll fill this box with like machines and stuff. But this time I think I kind of want to just like take away like the ceiling kind of structure, and then just like make machines like too tall, and then stack like just stack machines, I guess, more organically as opposed to like making stuff fill a space and then not having enough space for stuff, or having too much space for stuff. I feel like I grabbed so many screws and like we still don't have enough to like make that many plates. I have like one of these short. Should I just make screws by hand? Random fact. I said one earlier. I don't know if you were here for it. Did you know that the city of Paris had a fancy pneumatic clock system that ran off the air pressure from like a central clock back in the, what is it, late 19th to early 20th century? I definitely didn't read that like longer for 20 minutes before you got here, and I'm now regurgitating this fact that I've already said at the start of the stream? Or did you know that the current DirectX shader compiler runs off of LLVM version 3? Which is another fact that I also may or may not have. I remember like reading this thing about like people being really mad when the clock first came out, and they were like, "How dare you divide the Lord's day with your science?" And I'm not really one for like religion and stuff like that, but sometimes I feel like those people were right, you know? How dare we do that? Why couldn't we wake up when the sun comes up and we feel like waking up, as opposed to like waking up when the fucking like diving warning from whatever ship your alarm clock has decided to represent goes off? It feels so nice when you like wake up naturally, and it feels so terrible when you wake up by like a screaming alarm clock by comparison. Which is kind of why I feel like I enjoy, like I sleep at really weird hours, and I almost like I wake up and then I'll do stuff for like 6 to like 8 hours, and then I'll go to work at the end of the day when I'm really tired and like miserable. I was like, that's one of my favorite things about it, is knowing that like I can wake up like almost anywhere in that period when like my brain just finally decides to be awake, and then I can like slowly ease into work over the course of like 4 to 6 hours. It's great. I love it. It's way better than like, yeah, just like waking up and being like, I want to go back to bed for like 20 to 400 more minutes, you know? Like, you can't wake up naturally. Not even like, if you went to bed right now and like you could sleep for like however long you wanted to sleep, like you still wouldn't wake up naturally. You don't think? You don't think eventually your body would just be like, I've had it. I can't lay in this bed any longer. I'm gonna open a Mountain Dew. It's a Mountain Dew Spark, which is a Mountain Dew, I guess, with a blend of raspberry lemonade flavor and other natural flavors. So, I'm trying to do this without spilling this all over my new mouse and fancy new mouse pad. Hope that didn't break anybody's eardrums. I'm like skipping frames due to encoding lag apparently. I don't know if it's because I'm alt-tabbed or if it's just because this game takes a lot to run. I'm watching this number go up in real time, so it seems like it's not good, but nothing is complaining either, so. Also, I'm sorry, I was supposed to hold the craft button so that you don't have to hear me monologue any longer than necessary while I stall for time and wait for 500 cable to be built. We're gonna need like copper sheeting to be made for this, I realize. So I'm pretty sure the pipe stuff that I want to make, I want to make like an oil pipeline, right, for the coal. So I think the coal needs like water, and then I think it needs, wait, I think coal power plants need water and coal, if I remember correctly. So we're gonna, it's gonna be, yeah, we're gonna need water pipelines, and then coal, and then, I guess there's power poles, but those aren't that crazy. Actually, what I probably should do, like, we have, like, fancy big power poles in this game now, and I have, like, a whole bunch of tiny little power poles, like, running across the land. I feel like I should probably just use one of those, like, big-ass power poles to, like, cart all that power across some long distances. Depending on what it takes to like get those up and running though. Also, I didn't eat an apple this morning. I feel like my voice sounds terrible. It's very like allergy, mucusy. It's terrible. Yeah, morning, you know, 6 p.m. on a Saturday. The perfect time for morning. That's like my, I mean, I suppose, normally when I wake up, I feel like it's morning. It's just like, it's like 1 a.m. in the morning instead of like 8 a.m. in the morning. feel like if you wake up at 10 p.m., it's also basically morning, you know? It's like the same thing, really. Let's put these cables in here, and then we'll hit the button. I was afraid this would happen.
Milestone reached. Power production can now be fully automated by burning coal, which has been added to the resource scanner.
Yay, coal!
Water is also necessary to run the coal-powered generator.
Yay, water!
A network of pipelines to be transported from a water source.
This takes 20
To
plates
assist
and
with
rotors.
locating and identifying water, Fixit has compiled this guide. Water is a somewhat reflective liquid, and it may have thick vegetation growing nearby.
Oh, tell me more.
To test if something is water, try touching it. If it is not solid and does not corrode your suit, it is probably water.
Like, that's a bad metric to go off of, because, like, you know, on planets like Neptune, there's like methane oceans. That shit blows my mind. I feel like, what would it be like to look out at sea and instead of seeing like regular sea, just seeing like like you see what looks like water, but it's all like liquid methane. I feel like you wouldn't be able to see this with like your bare eyes because you'd probably like die and stuff, but like it's still kind of interesting to like think about it, you know? I think we need, I think we're probably gonna want this. We don't have any like steel pipes though, so we're gonna need steel production first. This also needs steel production. I think we're fucked. I think like, I guess we should get this going, but my brain's thinking like I had different plans before like getting all this up and running, and now I'm thinking like I don't know if my plan's like a gonna succeed type of plan. Somewhere out in this expanse is coal. There's kind of a lot of it, like somewhere over there in that direction. I thought. Yeah, there we go. I think it's all like a regular tier coal though. I don't remember how much power like a coal power plant produces. Need plates. Always. I feel like I don't want to have to come back here. So I'm thinking like I should bring the stuff for the plates. I miss like having tubes in this game. Like we don't have that technology yet. 1 billion kilowatts. I think it is pretty decent. I don't think it's like that good though. It's like, I want to say, I think one of them can do like, I want 120 megawatts. I feel like sounds like a familiar number in my brain. Let's see, this one has no plates inside it. And I guess that makes sense because just steal the 57 plates. I need so many of these. I guess, should I aim for getting at least one coal generator up and running before I really worry about like, the problem is we need pumps. These are pipeline pumps. We need water pumps in general, and I don't remember where those are at. Production, water extractor. These also take plates. Okay, I guess what we should do. I have the rebar gun. I have 195 ammo. Last time I went this way, there was like creatures. Oh, I'm thinking this is gonna be such a pain in the ass. Like, I think I'm gonna set out into the wilderness here with like a dream to like build stuff, and I'm gonna find out that I don't have like even like half the stuff I need. I should put the rare materials back in the box. Like, I probably don't need this quartz or these power slugs or any of this stuff for this operation. Probably don't even need that 2 coal, really. We have some wire. Copper wire. I think we're gonna need more of these. Oh, I should have a thing making modular frames, but I don't. And again, I want to tear down this whole part of the factory before I like really figure that out. I'm it also just seems like such a waste. I really just want to get a coal power plant online, but like, I think my factory's gonna shut down at some point because we're gonna run out of biofuel. So I think I'm gonna be off into the wilderness here to like go try to get a coal power plant up and running before this happens. But I think I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna find that like we've long since run out of power because that thing only had like 30 biofuel in it or something, and it takes like quite a while for. I'm sorry, the opposite of that. I think it goes by like quicker than you think. What is this? Caterium ore. Oh, there's also like, I think there's caterium ore like up on the cliff behind the base, and I would like to get like an extraction operation for that going at some point. Does this have Pierce? Did I even hit him? That one hit him? Hit one of them? I think it takes 2 shots. Oh, there's like... there's more! Also, we're missing very badly. Where's like the rebar rifle at, you know? I guess we're probably not here for war, and they probably don't want to risk us like taking rebar rifles and rising up against them, you know? So I could see why we wouldn't have such technology. If it takes, so I think normally it takes 2 melee hits to kill those things. If it takes 2 rebar hits to kill them, then I'm wondering like for like the bigger stuff, how many rebar hits does that take? In fact, this is not as far away from the base as I thought it was. I walked like all the way out here the other day, and I was like, I guess because we climbed up like on one of the cliffs up here. And I see now that like, I can't tell if that's like a rock or what is this? What is this shadow? It's like square. Oh, it's attached to. Oh, I think this is it. This is coal. Oh, I didn't bring. Oh, I'm so dumb. I didn't bring like any of the mining stuff out here. I didn't bring a single portable miner thing to like actually start extracting the coal. To actually build a coal mining operation. Oh no. Okay. We'll need one of these. Probably need one of these. What else do we need? Like we need water pipelines. Again, we need like copper sheets for this. Miners yearn for the coal. I guess like, I think that's the wrong type of miner. Get you spelled there. Although I guess back in the day they both probably had a history of working in the coal mine. Is that where the term miner comes from? Like exploited labor in coal mining operations? I would believe it, you know, like if someone told me that on the street and I didn't have Google or Wikipedia to fact check it, or if I was just the average Twitter user that just reposted whatever misinformation happened to come across my way, I'd totally believe that, you know? Like, oh my god, he's so right. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't question it very strongly. You can like pull water from these, like these facilities as well. I don't know, like I think these pumps only pull like so much water. I think it's weird because like if you don't build them on like an actual body of water, I think this thing also is limited in how much water it produces. And I don't know why they have like these little fissures that like come off in it. Almost all water in the desert's like this. This is pure water. This is just water. What the fuck is the difference? This is impure water, disgusting, pure water, amazing. What are you? Pure water? Oh my god, there's so much pure water here. Impure water, pure water. And then that's the quartz over there that we need to like, we need to do quartz things. I think we can build one of these. player is in the way. Must be placed on water. Resource is not deep enough. I think I'm misunderstanding how this works. I thought you had to put pumps on this. Can you just like... There's no way you could just like pipeline this water out of the ground without like... I don't understand how this works. I've only ever built these on like actual water. So resource is not deep enough. Like the only other thought I have too is like, am I supposed to mine it? Because there's no fucking way you're mining water out of the ground like this. Is there a special type of mining building you need for this? I really don't want to have to look this up. I'll feel really dumb. But I feel like, what other options do I have? Oh, I can see like the projectile trails. Reminds me of the crossbow from like one of like the OG Half-Life 2, I guess. Although I think I think Half-Life itself also had a crossbow. Fuck! I knew it. We're out of power. This is like the alpha bore. I was gonna say I'm so glad it's like stuck on the cliff. I'm gonna beat the shit out of it anyway. So I would like to get this mining like up and running because I really want fancy windows, but quartz doesn't serve much other purpose than that for me at the moment. It's just a waterfall over here. Usually like this is actually like explorable like map down there. It would really suck to fall down there and not have like a way back up. Normally I build like a giant staircase like all the way down and then like I'll sit there running in like a circle because of like a spiral staircase. So it's like I'll be like 10 minutes of me just like running in a circle trying to get up and down terrain. It's pretty good. Yeah. Reminds me of like the fish. The artist here is called Nacho, and I think it is blended into a different artist that also goes by the name of Nacho. Le Fiche? Have you never heard of Le Fiche? Le Fiche full version. Oh, I said version like virgin, but I'm trying to find it. This is from Prime's shit posting clip. There's like I swear there's like this is like a real artist. Where's the real LaFish at? This should be like an album. That's LaFiche, the complete collection. But none of this is on here. I listened to this recently and I'm wondering like, has there been some dispute recently? Is there a reason that LaFiche is gone? The song's gonna end soon because it used to feel like the whole album here, but like the song's gonna end soon and it's like there's gonna be no more LaFiche, or it's gonna be like a real it's gonna be really jarring when like the track ends. There's like a couple different songs here. I'm wondering like this the first song that actually comes up is like La Vie en Rose. If I'm not saying that, like, if I didn't murder that, Rose. I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce the E. Let me see. Is that like this actual song? Did someone rip this off and rename it to La Fiche? This is one of those like big guys. Ruh-roh. I'm glad his attack like hit the ground there instead of completely obliterating us. No. Also, like the rebar gun makes fighting very easy. If I wanted a playlist of this kind of music, what would I look for? Like French coffee shop music? Is that an insult to La Fish? Like you can kind of like see through the world here. Look at that. So neat. I always thought like, back before I played this game for quite a while, I always thought like, don't go in the water, because like, there could be parasites in there. And I'm kind of sad that there's not, but at the same time, it's like, well, that would be miserable. I have to see if that is like this actual song. This is the song. La vie, La vie en rose by on this Cedar Mark. Parasites in water is scary. Don't pee in the Amazon River. Yeah, I've heard about that. They've got like the little Amazon pee parasites that'll like climb up your pee stream. Like you gotta arc the stream, bro. Arc the stream. Like. I feel like, man, life in nature is crazy. Also, I think these are these poisonous? I feel like these are poisonous. I think this is radiation, if I remember correctly. Oh, my screen's turning green. I feel like we could have, I feel like real life radiation, we might have already been exposed to like a lethal dose. Probably heal. I don't want to use the nuts because I think we need like 10 of them to make like the inhalers. But I also think that there's like a different inhaler too that like comes from a combination of them. So I don't know if I just ate like the only berries that would have also been used for that. I don't remember what the other recipe is, but we should probably make like healing stuff at some point. Like music really sets like the mood of like certain games and things, you know. What do I think? Is this the same song still, or did this song repeat? What is this? Like, there's a lot of times I play horror games, and like, what if I just put on like really like chill music? You know, wouldn't that be like nice and decent in a way, kind of? Like I played when I played Visage, is like if I just put like fancy music on it, this wouldn't be so bad. Wouldn't be like half as scary. Sorry, I'm jamming out. Scary is fun. Sometimes I do feel like that game probably left like a pretty good impression on me, and I don't know if it's from like the psychological trauma of the fact that the game was scary, or if it's because like it was actually like a good game. So, oh, this is like, oh no, I don't want to go down there. What if we fall and then we never come back? Just like the early American settlers, you know? Okay, I don't, yeah, we're not. I don't like how far down that looks. And again, just, wait, is this a famous song? And these are just different people's version of it? Does this mean that Le Fish is for everyone? Just okay, so I thought like this was like the generic like Paris coffee shop music, but then I was like, oh, it must be something else. But then it's like makes me think like this really must be like, yeah, this even says Lifescapes, Moonlight, and Paris. Can I find this? Is Lifescapes, Moonlight, and Paris? Oh, it's just album available somewhere? Oh, 51 minutes. Alright, perfect. This is it. This is what we're listening to for the next 51 minutes or until stream ends. We're in Paris now. That's what we'll call our, this is the Welcome to Space France. There's a old, like, a cartoon I remember watching. No, the cartoon's maybe a bit of a glorification, but there used to be like there was like, the thing was called like Spoons. It was about like spoons fighting spatulas. I just remember I was like so excited for this to like come out. It took like the dude like forever to make it, and I can't find it anywhere on the internet now. I feel like it's been like completely erased. But I remember there was like, they had like a song about like New France. I just remember these like stuck here for eternity, stuck here in New France. It was like, and the dude had like, I think he died and he went to like New France and he was just like, oh no, he's like, I'm stuck in hell. It was just a bunch of like French people singing about New France. I don't know. I still don't know what to do with the water extractors. I didn't look it up after all the times I've alt-tabbed. Let's see. Satisfactory desert water extractor. Someone says this is like a bug. Posted a year ago. This is like, I don't, this seems to be like for real water though. Can't place water extractor desert. Like, on a water resource well and not in water. You need to place a resource well pressurizer first. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? Vols is how would you pronounce that? You know, just so I, you know, just to double check so I don't murder that word in front of everybody. You know, is it Valse Musetta? That is my, okay, hang on, how? I'm gonna ask the AI, how do I pronounce this? This is a French term, so I'll break down the pronunciation with a bit of phonetic guidance. Valse, pronounced Vols, with a soft S at the end. Vols. Think of false without the F sound. Vols. Musette. Pronounced Musette. The U is similar to the U in moon, and the E is a very light, almost silent. Okay, well, Vols Musette. Okay, today I've learned. That's how you pronounce. Also, I feel like this is not, like, I was so excited. I was like, we finally have water. What about this one? Can I put the thing on this? Ooh. No, okay, well, this is... We need something else, apparently. We need this, like, late game water pressurizer. What tier is this? Tier 8? What the fuck? There's no way. Resource wells are specific in locations in the world in which raw fluid resource can be extracted. There's no, I refuse to, like, believe. This says nitrogen gas, crude oil, and water. No way. Or, that means like we have to, oh my god, okay, well. We have to run like an entire pipeline from like way over here. I guess it's not that far, is it? I guess the upside is like the coal wasn't really there, so like, I think this looks like oil, like where you find oil or something like that. I wonder if there's a resource there. It might have been a mistake to like start on this side of the map, because it's supposed to be like way easier if you start on like the other places. What does it take to make a coal generator? Coal-powered generator. Alright, what kind of coal is this? Is this pure? I feel like I'm already getting sick of French music, to be honest. It seemed like a great idea at the time, but what if I want my like rake core back? This is normal. That is normal. Are there other coal here? I remember there being like one other one that was like surprisingly close by. That one's 36. That one's 25. Where are you? 500. Let's go see what this one is over here. There's like a 600 one that way too. I think the 600 one is probably the one I saw before. Although I'm curious. I keep scroll wheeling to like pull out the gun. He's running away. What is this? What is this cloud? When you like fight these things in the brush, you know, you can't see them because they're one with their environment, you know. They have the upper hand. And there's water here. And an artifact just casually floating.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry. The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. He is shy, notes shall be taken and played.
From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Oh boy. You know, I feel like I'm kind of cool with it. I feel like in real life though, I'd probably be like freaking out, you know? Makes me think like, impure, disgust. Is this also impure? Impure. Oh, there's like a lot of water here though. It's kind of nice. It'd be like really easy to set this up, but it'd be like really low yield. That's the only downside. Which makes me want to go for the other one. I don't know if we can like place any kind of... I probably should just take the impure one again, because like that's probably about as good as like we'll get. Like that is, it's right there. The water's right there. Like it's better than no power at all, and it's right here close to the base. And then we could work on like getting those ones up and running over there. It seems way better than well, I don't know. How far away is that one? Like that's not that far away, right? Is that actually the coal right there? Because I feel like the problem is there's these plants here that'll kill us if we're not careful. They will deploy when they feel threatened. None of this water is like deep enough. Kind of just exploring right now. If you encountered alien artifacts on like a completely different planet, you think that would like freak you out? I thought it'd be cool to like meet aliens, but now that I think about it, like if you actually found like some kind of like weird like alien space rock like that and tried to like communicate, you think you'd be able to remain calm in that situation, or would you be like freaking out? Because I kind of feel like I feel like it'd actually be terrifying, but it might also be kind of cool. It's like I don't know what like emotion would take over. You'd walk away from the space rock. But like think about it, man, like the alien contact, you know? You just want a normal life. I guess that answers my other question. It's like I've thought about before, like if aliens visited, like they like if you got abducted by aliens, right? And they were like, we can either put you back, or you can like be free with us to explore the galaxy and know technologies, the likes of which you would have never dreamed of. But the only like caveat is you can never go back to planet Earth. Would you go with the aliens, or would you just be like, nah, fuck that, I'm just gonna live my life on Earth? What do you pick, aliens or Earth? You know, which do you choose? Can you game? I feel like in my brain I was imagining they'd be like, no, like Apex Legends wouldn't be in space, right? They'd be like, we have no need for this. I feel like they've probably evolved beyond the, they'd have a better version. I don't know, see, maybe they have like VR games and stuff. Like, that'd be kind of cool. But I was kind of just imagined they would be like, sorry, my brain is like, I imagine they'd just be like beyond the need for gaming or like that type of thing. If we're actually hitting that or not. We are. We did it. Any advanced organisms above the need for any sort of play? Maybe that's true. I guess I just like these there's like space bees. I don't know, I guess I imagine them doing like zero gravity sports and stuff like that, but then it's like I don't know, like I don't know how like the internet works in space. It's like I don't know if they have like intergalactic like video game communication, you know, if there's like this communication networks like not to be used for like play, you know. It might be more serious than that. And like this is dedicated for the use of science. We need coal generator. These things are big. Alright, so we need the coal from one side, the water from the other. There's not a ton of like space here to put these. I'm tempted to just build like a foundation here type of thingy. We'll like work the coal this way. There's one type of alien. That's probably true. I guess if like human technology advances far enough, we would be like space computer gamers. But then it's like I don't know, like I'm just like I don't know what kind of games they put on like quantum computers, you know, like I don't imagine. What if their games suck? What if it's like Pong only, you know? Initially I imagined this thing like I feel like you want to put this on like the highest ground here and then flatten it across. But then that makes me think like back there where I had it was probably decent. I don't really know. I guess I was worried about like ruining the natural beauty of the land or something. I don't know. I was thinking like you could totally just foundation this up and put like your floating line of coal plants here. I don't know why these are like 4 foundations either, because I think these are cheaper. Yeah, I should have just done these. It's not like they're gonna like touch the ground anyway. I might as well have just made this floating platforms. Some Sword Art Online stuff. Could be. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of like foundation, like I could just do this and like put like a roof on it. This is definitely cheaper. Just like having a whole life with it. That's like my other fear though. Is that like you're gonna get lost in the sauce playing like IRL Sims, and then you're gonna like live like a whole life. You're gonna fear death in that lifetime, and then you're gonna like wake up and you're gonna be like, holy shit, none of it was real. Like, and then I'm gonna question everything about my existence in reality. I'm gonna have an existential crisis. Other people build like really pretty things in this game. And then there's me. Imagine you get used to it. I don't know, it'd be so weird because like you never know like when you were at the final level of the cycle, you know? You'd like, you'd always just, you never know. You're like, is there one more level up? Or like, is this it? Am I here? I feel like that would be like my worst nightmare. I'd be like, I don't know what's real anymore. Like, not that you ever know what's real to begin with, I guess, but that would just confirm my suspicions. Then again, it's like, part of me is just like, well, if that is the case, you might as well like deal with it, right? You might as well face that fear. Because it's not like you knowing or not knowing is going to change like the actual reality of the situation. So it does feel like one of those like, you might as well just evolve type of things. Blended together so well it didn't matter. I mean, I guess like at the end of the day, it's like your thoughts are like still your thoughts, and like we're still you, right? Was that Lane quote where she's like, "I'm me and I'm the only me that's me," right? Or she thinks she says, "I'm me and there isn't any other me but me," right? Kind of makes me think of that like a way, maybe. Invalid aim location.
Interesting. Most pioneers already had coal power set up by this point because they understood their responsibility to humanity. Adjusting pioneer attitude metrics.
No.
Reminder. Coal-powered generators require coal.
Yay! And also water. But also, is this gonna kill the planet? Is this how it starts? You know, why does that water look so like nasty? People die when they're killed. Is that also a Lane quote? Because like, it only makes 75 megawatts of power. That's not enough. I feel like, how much coal does it need? It needs 45 meters. What is it? The cubic meters? Holy shit. Okay. And the current amount of water in building, 0. It needs 45 cubic meters per minute of fluid storage. How much coal does it need? It doesn't say. I keep shoveling it in there. If I feed it more coal faster, does it like, is that actually a quote from Fate Night's Day? I typically like, I don't know, I like Type Moon, like stuff. I hate that you can't typically like put these water buildings next to each other, these pumps. You can't like stack them up. I want to like make them all I really want like a central water pipeline, but that's also like really not not good, if I remember correctly. We'll just cram it in there in the corner, I think.
That may indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve, that will narrow down the range of possibilities.
Alright, you know what?
Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
There's like, this isn't very clear water. I have a real fear of water in video games. Like, I'm not about to face it now. My thought was like we could have like a split level kind of like delivery system that like goes up to the coal generators and put like the foundation down here. Get to the vertical build mode, you know. Wait, I need to place that. And then I feel like we'll just run it across, you know. Run it aground. Sonic Terra? Oh, Sonic water? Wait, what do you mean by Sonic water? Like in the video game Sonic, or like actual Sonic water? Like, is that like a thing? You know, like ultrasound. Yeah, see, then we can feed it up into there. Feed the water from this side, and then we'll feed We need these inline water pumps. So like, I hate that the water pumps themselves like don't. Perfect, beautiful. Like, it's
Fix-it pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note: water does not flow upwards by itself.
Yeah, you
While
use
water extractors
pumps.
provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
Pipeline pumps. I think you have to like. I don't remember if you have to pipe the pipeline pump out of like the thing, or like if it just you can like. I feel like okay. So in real life, right? We'd probably have to like pump this outward at an angle first, you know, like some kind of 90-degree angle, and then you'd like pump it uphill, I guess, something like that. I'm missing concrete, which is unfortunate. The water levels. Wait, like in like the 2D game or like the 3D game? Because like I think Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles both have like underwater levels as well. We need a portable miner. Probably need more concrete in general. Normally what I do is I put like a biomass generator. So that's kind of crazy to me because I feel like 2D water doesn't scare me that much. Like open water in 3D for some reason, I just feel like it's too real, you know? Like anything could happen. The music it makes, oh, that I could see that, I guess. I feel like they used to frustrate me because you'd have to like jump and like get the bubble thing, and I feel like I never had like the dexterity to like actually jump properly, like, and get the bubble. So like 9 times out of 10 you would just end up drowning. And then like the way the music speeds up and really builds that sense of urgency, you know, it just makes me think like, oh no, Sonic gonna die, it's all my fault. My fragile child psyche could not take the pressure of having to like give this hedgehog his water, you know, or his air. It's like I'm gonna ruin it, and then Sonic's gonna die, and it's all gonna be my fault. And also just the pressure of like the building music, you know. I bet someone has some childhood trauma of like trying to get Sonic air. The fact that this is like shut off and that the reserves have depleted makes me slightly nervous. This place is dead. What would you do if like you... Okay, hear me out. Right, back to the whole like alien technology stuff. The YouTuber has trauma over it. How come some of these are green but like the others are offline? But also like imagine you look out, you're in like a spaceship or something, or you land on an alien planet and then you come across like something like this. You just like look up at it and you're just like, you see all this technology. Like imagine they discover this on Mars one day and it's like, it's not human. Like what do you think happens? Would you freak out? You'd just be like, what the fuck is happening? Who the fuck's buildings are those type of thing? Like, you know, where do we go from here? That's my question. I've heard this song, but not like this version of it. This is like that generic like vacation song that plays in like some travel ads. Like, wow, they're just like us. That's what you'd think. You would be like freaked out, like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Like, I like that. There's like one YouTuber, he always jokes about like the people that are like, the aliens are going to probe my bottom. It's like, how many people do you think would be into that nowadays? It used to be like, people would be like, oh no, that's not what I want. My greatest fear, you know? Like, it's like, dude, those aliens must be into some kinky things, you know? Sorry, I'm drinking Mountain Dew on the side. So I'm sitting here holding my left click. Every time I like slurp, I feel like a terrible person. Like slightly less of a human. More of a subhuman Mountain Dew drinker. I don't know why I'm making so much of this either, because we can do this by hand. This part is like, just let this distribute on through. And then what I should be doing is just really just be making the rest of these like leaves into biomass. Wood. And I should make like 20 solid biofuel for myself. Alien themed novelty toys. I do catch your drift, I guess. There's like that Netflix series, you know, Sex Ed, I think it is. They definitely, that one chick is like, she's like, I think she has one of those. She's like, she's kind of into it, you know. How much is this gonna last? 4 per minute, which means like this is literally 1 minute of power. This 4 biofuel will give us 60 seconds worth of power. It's amazing. We really need to get the coal online. I have so much stuff in my inventory that feels like it's like meaningless bullshit. We need at least 3 coal plants to make up our current power consumption. The problem is like the coal plant has to, so I think it makes 70 megawatts, right? But then I think it also has to power the water pump that fuels it, and then it has to power like the uphill pump thing as well, because that's how uphill water works, you know. Can you build a nuclear power plant? I think you can, but it's like it's way later in the game. And then it also makes nuclear waste. Then you gotta figure out what you're gonna do with that. It's just like real life, in a way. I didn't realize that thing said like the tier 8 technologies. Like I had no idea that like, I didn't realize the tiers went up that high. Also, I think, did I use all my rotors? Oh, I have 50. Okay, we need 150 and then 500 concrete and then 1,000 copper wire. And then what is this for? Basic steel production? Shoot it into space? I honestly, part of me's like, why isn't that a viable option? Why can't we just shoot nuclear waste into space? I feel like, have you shot that into the sun? Like, would there really be many issues with that? We need bacon agaric. We have 2 of this. So I ate it. Why do I feel like I ate the bacon? Why that, or I used it for research? That's not good. We have like one of these too. Where did it go? Oh, I probably use that one for research. You know that I think about it. A net negative energy wise. Oh yeah, right. Because we gotta like, because like gravity and stuff. Overcoming the force of gravity to launch it into the atmosphere. Can you use some of like the last bit of the nuclear? You can actually recycle like a lot of nuclear waste. I think like France has a huge like nuclear recycling program. So there's like, I think like 3 parts of it can be reused. I think the reason a lot more people don't recycle it is because like the plutonium component gets cycled out when you recycle it, and that plutonium component can be weaponized. It's like a threat to like national security type of thing. So that's why like I think a lot of nations, and then even like on a world scale level, they're like, you better not be producing a shitload of that plutonium that could potentially be used for nefarious purposes. So like a lot of nations, I think, are like a lot of other nations get a little nervous, you know, when you happen to be making the same type of plutonium that could be used for those things. So I think like a lot of I think it's like frowned upon almost or something, or they're just like, because like, you know, I feel like we all like kind of try to trust each other, but then I feel like nobody actually really trusts each other on like a global scale type of thing. But I think like France is like recycling like a bunch of it. It was kind of crazy because I think like a large portion of like nuclear waste is, I think, like still like unspent fuel. I want to say it's like something like 80%, 90%, something like that. I'm trying to look this up. I want to do a fact check, you know. I'm gonna ask the AI and hope it doesn't like be like, why do you, who wants to know? Why you asking? Because I feel like I remember I watched like a YouTube video on this, which is maybe like a bad sign because it shows like spent nuclear fuel still contains a significant amount of fusible uranium and plutonium. It's fascinating and important topic in the discussion around nuclear energy. Over 90% of potential energy in used nuclear fuel remains untapped. This is because only a small percentage of the uranium fuel actually undergoes fission in a typical reactor. The spent fuel contains both unused uranium U-238 and plutonium Pu-239 produced during the fission process. Both these are fissile materials, meaning they can sustain a nuclear chain reaction. Why isn't it all used up? Current reactor designs are not optimized to fully consume all the fissile material in the fuel built up of fission products. As the fuel is used, fission products accumulate, which absorb neutrons and hinder the fission process, eventually making the fuel less efficient. Yeah, so I think countries like France reprocess spent nuclear fuel to extract the remaining uranium and plutonium that can be used to create new fuel, reducing the amount of waste and the need for new uranium mining. New reactor designs are developed that can utilize the spent fuel more efficiently, potentially extracting even more energy from it. And then there's a documentary you might be thinking of. So, yeah, there you go. There's a lot of nuclear fuel that's not used to its full potential. I'm gonna be on a list, probably, but like, I feel like I already watched the YouTube videos, so it's like, they were already probably like, I feel like they already would have put me on the list there. Like, and it's not like I have access to like a nuclear reactor or anything, so it's not even that big of a deal, you know? It's like, I'm just go to all the nuclear reactors I don't have access to, you know? Yes, we have. I probably just shouldn't have used it. I don't know. We need this. I don't remember what we did with the bacon. Also, I don't. I tried to get rid of stuff in my inventory, and I have like 2 more things. I'm thinking too. You can actually like boost those nuclear or not the nuclear. You can reduce like you can. Oh my god, you can boost the coal reactors in this game with like power slugs too, to make them make even more power. And I can't remember like how much like I can't remember how much that ups the consumption on like those reactors, and if it's better to do that or better to just build another power plant type of thing. It's probably better to build another power plant if I remember correctly, because I think it says like the power cost is exponential, but I don't know if the resource consumption is also exponential. But either way, you know, it just feels like exponential is like exponential, whereas the other one is like not. Also, I thought we were saving up like rotors somewhere. We're actually not. Oh, I guess we're slowly building a backlog of them in here. I'm gonna need a lot of these, I think. That's what I'm realizing. I'm gonna take these plates as well. We'll add them to the plate collection. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I needed from here. We need the stuff. Oh, I need a portable miner to make and concrete. I thought we grabbed concrete. Just grab some of this. Need portable mining operations. At least one of these. I guess I'm gonna make 2 because I feel like I won't like. I'll probably have to come back here at some point, but I kind of like the idea of. I should probably make more copper sheeting, I guess, too. That's what I'm thinking. Need copper ingots. This music has like a swing to it. Are you informed about the electro swing community? It's just a really weird way of asking. Oh, you know what electro swing is? Have you ever heard of electro swing? You ever heard that song? It's like it ain't no thing unless you. I think it's like a show or a little swing, something like that. I don't know. It was really popular on the TikTok back in the day. Why do all these songs sound the same? Is that bad? Is that a bad thing to say? I'm gonna get put on. Am I gonna get canceled? Is new Twitter gonna burn down my house? There's always like some people doing some really cool dance moves, but they always kind of look like some like crusty characters and like their fedoras and stuff. So it's like I never know how to feel about it, you know, and I feel bad because I guess I probably shouldn't describe them as crusty characters. These are real people, but some part of me is just like, you know, I just don't know how to feel about it sometimes. Like I always felt bad about there's so many people at like my university that would honestly like they'd be there, they'd have their like trench coat and their fedora, and I'm like, you know, there's like stereotypes about this, right? Like, I guess on one side I should be happy that they're like their own people, you know. I feel like they don't need that external validation that I do to feel like I'm not like a weirdo. But also at the same time, it's like, are you not like, you're not concerned about this at all? Like, I don't know how to feel about it. Read this. We need conveyor belt technology. I think, you know, I have like, can I make mergers and splitters? Do I have everything I need for this? I probably want like a full stack of rods, I guess, if it takes that. And then maybe more cable. Where's the extra rods? There's none. Amazing. There's actually, we're actually like not, we're low on rods. What if I just take these off the conveyor belt? Right, perfect. I feel like we're gonna need more stuff. How much power do we have in here? 12. 4 per minute. That's 4 minutes worth of power. That's not enough. I feel like the size of this thing is like so obscene to considering. It makes me think that hopefully when we have the coal mining operation like up and running, it's decent. It's more decenter, you know. Oh, wire. I need wire. Hopefully we can demolish some of these. I'd like to keep like at least one bioreactor. That way they're like when you... so what'll probably happen is these will probably get demolished. And then I'll move the bioreactor over by the coal. Because you usually like when something goes down at the coal power plant, you have to like unfuck the coal power plant, and then usually you want like a thing there so you can restart the like you can reset the power circuit. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's where my brain's at. We'll make like 200 of this wire and then we'll go over there. Actually, what I'm thinking, if I was like smart, what I probably would do is I would take like workshops like this and I would go move them to like, or not, maybe not workshops, like workbenches, and I would go put them in like places like over there. Because I'm thinking like what I should do, and I'm thinking what would be cool that I like normally don't do. Normally I leave like a bunch of stuff just like out in the open kind of thing. But I'm thinking I could encase that entire facility and like walls. We could wall it in, make like a super fancy like glass looking factory almost. And then I'm thinking we could put like a workbench and like a workshop on like one side of that. And then if we ever have to like go there to like fix stuff, just be like, I like that this conveyor belt looks like it's got like stuff on it. Look at that. It's just the shape of the belt, or is that like, is that from the limestone laying on the belt? Which would be kind of cool. You'd be like, that's the leftover limestone dust. It'd be so real, you know? I'm almost tempted to just deconstruct one of these and like take it with me. But I don't know if that's like a bad idea. Because I could just, I'd have fuel, I'd have like everything I need to like get the coal part of the power grid going. I'm doing it. I'm taking this. I'll be back. Eventually. Oh, I feel like we're gonna need to use some of that coal for like smelting too. Maybe what I'll do, normally, like I said, I really like the Gigafactory idea, but I'm thinking like, what if I actually just like, since all the coal's over here anyway, if I just produce steel on this part of the map, if I can find like an iron vein, I think there's a bunch over here. Yeah, so there's like one right here. I could just make like a self-sustained like iron producing, or the steel producing, like, factory. It's normal iron ore. Having that thought that, like, I don't remember where the coal power plant, I think it's behind here. I'm hoping it's behind here. I feel like we walk through here to get to it. Would it be nice if it is through here, if I am remembering this correctly? Is that there's like a power pole right here. That's what I would like to see. That would become kind of a pain in the ass. Is if like certain power lines can only carry so much power. Like real life, right? So it's like you would need like those, there's like a giant like transformer power tower thingy you can use. That's like, I'd like to have to see like certain wattages or above like use those. But I guess it'd be hard to do that because you have like your local kind of power grid. And the game has like no way to know like whether you're exporting power over large distances or whether you're really just working on like your local kind of like power grid thingy setup. I think it's through this grotto. Yeah, here's the coal. Here's the coal factory. It's like a picture, like a fancy glass building here that houses these power plants, and then just lets all the coal smoke like sit in the inside of the building, you know? Wouldn't that be sick? Like the good kind of sick? Oh, I guess what I could do actually. Now that it's dark and I'm in the water. I'm thinking I could just like wall down. And then we'll have like a little platform down here. Like that. Is that underwater? Kinda looks like it is. Like a little wet dock almost. So I'm thinking we can run like, I'm trying to think of the best way to get the power like uphill. Because my thought originally was like I could just have a bunch of these like pump the water straight upwards, but that seems like not ideal. Like I'm looking for the way to do this like the least amount of inline pumps required. I'm thinking it becomes easiest if I have like that type of thing, and then like the pump goes here on like the flat part of it, and then it goes up into like the ceiling type of thing, you know. And we put like junctions for like most things. I think this water, it only pumps like so much water though. Oh, it's 120. That's assuming there's no interruptions, which I think there are. Like the water in this game, if I remember correctly, is like really finicky. So ideally, what you want to do is you want to like pump this into one of these like water buffers. Whatever they are, fluid buffer. And then have this fluid buffer like feed whatever it is you're trying to do. I feel like this album can't last much longer. I'm thinking that fluid buffer could have gone here, except I put this giant factory thing there. Fluid buffer could go here. There's like a larger fluid buffer though. I would like to use that at some point. I'm also thinking the fluid buffer should ideally be level with the buildings here, because then it makes it easier to get the water into the thing, you know. You just pump one stream of water like uphill kind of, and then and then it's way easier to redistribute it without needing any more pumps. Although I think those pumps have like a headroom of like, what is it, 20 meters upwards? Maximum head lift 20 meters. Head lift does not stack, so space between pumps is recommended. I'm trying to think, like a real life pump would like feel like because it's a closed tube, like theoretically wherever you slap this, wouldn't that like suck the water from one end and like push it from the other? Am I crazy? Am I not thinking about this properly? Is the game wrong or am I wrong? There's also like water pipeline support. There's like wall supports for these, which are really cool. I didn't buy them. I should have bought them from the Awesome Shop. I'm thinking like I still might. Let's get the mining facility up here. That's a smelter. Yeah. Let's get this going. Let's get this extracted, you know? I don't know how I want to do this. First I was thinking we'll just point it that way and then have it go, but I'm thinking like, wouldn't it be so much cooler if we like angled it upwards or something? I don't know. I should really probably just get the one going first again. Wait, is this the only coal here? I thought there was two. Oh, I think that one's also coal. Hang on. This one will be way closer and therefore easier. Is my theory, anyway. Could be really wrong about that. Alright, it's kind of like that. It's like the lowest it sits. I'm just gonna smack it on in there. And it'll be like a really weird, kind of like angled conveyor belt, but it won't be fine. My thought was like, we'll just run it along here. And then, I really do kind of want to give this like a little bit more clearance. Do I have enough to make another one of these? That's my question. So if I did this and then just like back it up one like this. I'll like leave this first space open, you know? The space intentionally left blank, like for your safety type of deal. And then we'll just have conveyor lift mark 1, I guess. I think we're gonna need more space than this. I'm thinking again about like the splitter thing I typically do. So it's like we're gonna want to run like at least 60 resources per minute. I think this will only do 30 if I remember correctly. Yeah. Just enough to power like 2 of these. But this has 3 outputs. Hear me out. Okay. I'm thinking if they feed in from the back, like, can I somehow do that? But now I'm thinking spacing wise. Do I have what it takes to get like all 3 of these up and running at the same time? I don't think. I mean, the water. How much water is in? I think that one thing says it produce 130, right? This takes 45. That'd be a lot. I feel like that'd be enough. Although I think what they actually end up pumping is like here, like the flow rate on this is like different than like I think what this reports for some reason. So 45 plus 45. We would be like 1 pump short. We could definitely power 2. I don't know if we could power 3. Then again, I say that and I'm forgetting that like coal's probably gonna be our limiting ingredient here. If you want to call it that. I'm thinking as far as like splitting things goes. I do like one of these? Not this. This is a Mark II. These are expensive. I can't afford this. I do this, and then I split it. And have the outlet on that side. But I'm thinking, okay, I'm like, because then you could do that, and then this could like come out of this side, and then it could also come out of the other side. Like that. You see what I'm saying? And then do the same thing on the, like the opposite side, and then the water would just like come either around like the side here, and then feed into these, or something else entirely. I don't know. You know, how it would work. The water will just work somehow magically. But then this could be fed from this end. And we'll do this way down the line. I don't know what we're gonna do for like I don't know why there's so much space here. And I think we're gonna have issues with this later because this one's like way the fuck down here. I also don't know why this building is so big now that I'm thinking about it, because again, I don't know how many like coal power plants we're actually gonna manage to like stack up here, but it's nice to dream, I suppose. This might be complete, like this might be unnecessarily big for no reason. We may never actually fill this space with coal power plants. And then I think we'll feed that one with this, but we'll also probably want like a merger of some kind somewhere along the way. Probably merge that belt into this belt and then feed it into here is what I'm thinking. And I don't know what to do for like power, I guess. Guess we might as well like put it here or something. We'll probably want this on like the lower level or somewhere between like here, so that we can feed multiple buildings. I'm thinking if we put it like right here, we could probably get like all 3 plants that will eventually exist in this space. Then we'll still be able to hook it up over here. We'll add more poles as necessary along the way. I don't know about the safety aspect of this, but seems decent, you know. Power that. And then I guess I'm thinking like somewhere up front here we'll put the biomass burner. I normally hate jazz music, so this is a jazz cover of Tifa's theme from Final Fantasy, apparently. I wouldn't have guessed that. I'm not a big Final Fantasy watcher. I feel like people will cringe and burn my house down, but I'm not like I said watcher. I've never really played a Final Fantasy game, to be honest. I played Final Fantasy 9 like a tiny bit, and I feel like I'm not a big fan of like ARPGs. And I was watching VT Kit Kat the other day, and she was talking about some game that was like an ARPG, and she's like, "What? You don't like the basic ARPG formula?" And I didn't have the heart to tell her that like I've never played an ARPG before. It's like, please don't think less of me. I'm not going to tell you my deep dark secret. Only ever played Final Fantasy 9 for a little bit, and if I had to make an opinion, it would be something really like dumb, like it was okay, I guess. I feel like people would just be like, what the fuck? It's all... I'm sorry. I'm not a Final Fantaser. I'm also really not a huge fan of jazz music sometimes. Although one time, I did hear one jazz album that was like so good, I literally cried. It was like when I first got like my first pair of like planar magnetic headphones. And the dude was like, it was like the saxophone more than anything, like probably really did it to me because he was just going at it. Like, this is like a master of their craft. Like, just absolutely beautiful, like artistic demonstration of his capability. I was like, this is insane. I want to get the like wall things from the Fix-It factory. Like I don't know what the word for it is. The awesome shop. There we go. I feel like I just invent words for things on stream. I don't know if I do it on stream or if I do it in general. I feel like I don't typically have to vocalize what I'm like trying to grab or work with and like all the time. So normally it doesn't matter, it doesn't come up, right? Like I feel like when you think about a thought, it's kind of like a pure like whole encased idea. When you think about a plant, right? It's like you don't have to, your brain doesn't have to pick apart like all the nuances and little bits and pieces of the fact that it's a plant. You just have like this visual representation of whatever plant means in your brain. And your brain is just like, it just uses that as like a blanket placeholder for like the thing. But then when you have to like articulate that into like words, or you have to like come up with the words for things on the fly, you know? So I'm always amazed when like people speak multiple languages. So like half the time, I can't even speak one language properly without my tongue getting like messed up or something. Or like the rest of the time, it's like, I can't think of the words for things. It's like, it's only one language in my brain. I still can't think of the words for things. This person knows like multiple words for that one thing. Although I guess when I really think about it, maybe I'm being too hard on myself because it's not like I use the term Fix-It awesome shop like in my brain on a regular basis, so. If it was like pliers, I feel like I wouldn't forget what pliers are, you know? It's like, I've seen this, I've used this before. As far as like the awesome shop, this is a very specific item in this context, and it's like, do I really? What? I can't pull tickets out of this? I guess it makes sense, right? Because you wouldn't be able to print coupons without power. But that, why does this work without power? Is this just solar power? This one runs on magic, but this one runs on electricity? What the fuck is happening here? Fine, I'll use my valuable 4 minutes of power to print some coupons, I guess. For organization purposes. I don't know what's gonna play next, and I really want to adjust the song, but I'm also like, I'm on a time limit here. I have 4 minutes of power. There's no time to adjust the music. Although maybe if I get that boombox, we won't have to. We can just listen to sick in-game beats. I don't know. Maybe that's a better outcome overall. What am I looking for? I'm looking for management. These pipeline wall attachments is what I'm looking for. I'm also kind of looking, pipeline floor holes would be cool. I guess we can afford both of these. Might as well throw these in the cart, right? Put that in the cart. Put this in the cart too. Clean pipeline. You know, we have 4 tickets. Why not? Just throw it all in there. Add to the cart. Add it to the cart. Is this a material? Am I gonna buy this? Then I have to like make all my pipes look like this, and I'm gonna full of regret. This version of fluid pipe does not feature an external indicator. Capacity 300 meter, 3 of fluid per minute transport fluid screen version of the pipeline Mark 1. I'm trying to skim speed read because we have so little time left. Alright, whatever. Buy them all.
As Fix-It amply demonstrates, you can never have too much management.
True that, you know. Should I shut down the factory to save power? Can I why can't I turn it off? Where's like why can't I pull the fuse? This isn't realistic. It's like if I were to do like the air conditioner maintenance or something, you know? It's like I'd turn off I'd go to the breaker box and I'd shut off the power. But it's like, why can't I do that? I can only turn on the power in the game. I want to believe that there's like switches at some point. I could be wrong. Is there anything else I needed now that I've walked away from the entirety of what I have built in this game? Before I walk like all the way back here, that means my 4 minutes of power is like destined to be wasted. I probably should be running power poles like towards this direction. I think I left that here from a past life. This reminds me of if you've never watched the Yoda tells Shaggy he's been drafted to Vietnam ASMR. Wait, no, it's Shaggy tells Yoda he's been drafted to Vietnam ASMR. If you've never watched that, there's a song at the very beginning that's like really reminds me of like being in the 50s, I guess. Even though I've never really been in the 50s, you know, I'm not old or anything. I'm hip and young, like everybody in the audience, right? But it's like, it makes me think of that, let me see if I can find the song. Yeah. Also, the Shaggy tells Yoda he's been drafted to Vietnam series is like, it's amazing. I feel if you've never looked this up or like looked into the lore, you know, highly recommend. Definitely a good watch. It's about 5 years old on YouTube at this point. Would definitely recommend. This is by Kitty Callan. It's like this type of music. I tried to do a stream of like Fallout music stuff like this before, and a lot of people liked it, but I don't know. Like sometimes my brain just like, no, oh my god, I'm gonna break my legs. This is fine. This wasn't that bad. Clean pipeline. Oh, because this is like the flow indicator, and it's saying this one doesn't have the flow indicator on it. I think I get it. Okay. Pipeline wall support. I don't know the way to like put these to like make 90-degree angles. So I'm just gonna wing it. Oh, nice. It just has it there. Oh, that's like, I guess that's as good as we get. How do I line this up? All right, here we go. Yeah, see, I just wanted to go like, why do you sound like you're pumping like without electricity? Is that my main power grid? This isn't hooked up to like the main power. It's like, how are you pumping? I don't understand. 1925 is 20. Yeah, that's water. That's also an indicator of water. I mean, that's full. I don't know how much these naturally pump uphill. I assumed that we would have needed like the booster thing, but it seems like maybe not. Maybe we don't need the booster. I really hope that I didn't turn this generator on, or that it wasn't on by default when I placed it here. Or that I didn't burn all my fuel for this. I'm starting to feel like I burned all my fuel for this. This was definitely running. Now there's no fuel. It's probably fine, right? Should I put a fluid buffer here? We don't have like valves yet though. So I feel like all my fluid in this buffer is just going to flow downhill. Eventually you get like one-way valve technology, which will stop all your water from spilling downhill. But we don't have that yet. I also should have got, there's like the floating pipeline support things. We probably want that technology as well, but we don't have it. So the idea, ideally, because I think pipelines in this game are like a pain in the ass. It's like we really need that floating pipeline support because it's like the only way to place like a standing like piece of piping. So otherwise, I think we're gonna have to like do this. I'm just gonna have to hope that it flows uphill. I guess what I'll probably have to do is something like this. My brain's not gonna enjoy that way. This is gonna clip. I'm not gonna like it. Actually, I was thinking we would need like a pipeline junction, but I'm thinking like we probably don't. Which is probably fine. I don't like that this isn't lined up. It's like it's just a little too far over. We've done it. We're on the 50s music route now. Alright, I'm gonna hope. Sometimes I wonder, like, think about the past in a way that I can't recall now. Makes me think, like, how do we go from this to, like, booty, 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 booty rocking everywhere, you know? Like, what point did things go? I was gonna say wrong, but it's like, I don't know if they went wrong, but, like, at what point did things get so different, you know? Like, when... I'm not saying, like, the past generation was, like, the best. But I do feel like there's a difference, right? Like, one of these things is not like the other. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I want to merge this like up here, if I just want to merge it here at the source. I guess I can't. There's nothing saying I can't merge it in both places. I feel like my life will be easier if I merge it up here. And then just have it go this way. Can I like... I think we're ready. I think this is it. This will either work great or it won't at all. I'm really worried because okay, I guess I have 3 minutes to figure this out, and then I guess I have 12 more of this, which gives me 3 more minutes to figure it out if the first time doesn't go well. So I'm thinking if this goes well, the coal will start to pumping, and then one of these will start a sucking, I guess. It'll start sucking the water in. So I think we need one of those like inline things uphill. As you can see, it seems a little dead, but I don't know where to put it. I don't know how much the thing can like naturally pump it uphill. I don't remember how do I route this the other way. Okay, yeah. So I want to go up. See, there's like water in it there, so I'm thinking like we might just need to boost it like down here. If I put the inline booster and I power it. I'm gonna try to see how much water has made it into the coal power plant. I really do think you probably want a liquid buffer here, but we don't have that luxury just yet, so spare with me. Actually, I guess I gotta put the smaller buffer down here for now. That probably would work. This has no water. You also have no water. You have no water. You have full water. Is it just a matter of guessing where I need this? Alright, what if we just move this lower, right? This is the same song that you just played. kind of level. And then there's like a nice little walking path down here. Oh, this isn't powered yet. Alright, be free. Wait, what is that? This is 30. 2 of these are powered by... So I think if we had one more water pump. 30 per minute. Is that little insect thingy? Like a hummingbird. How much plating do we have? Probably not enough to like upgrade these. I need 2 more of these, I think. Would be like the ideal. And then we already... I mean, I guess that thing moves like 120, right? That's what we said? That's what it said? We need like an intermediate splitter for this. Let's go here, like that, I think, perhaps. And then for this one, I keep typing, and it keeps sounding like filtered by it. I think that one pump will run 3 of these, right? If I remember correctly. If I did the math right. This is also awkward because this is where the water pump was at. And now, as you can see, there's a conveyor belt. I guess the one way to fix this, in theory, I could have put like the platform. I could do something like this, and then the water could come in on like this level. I don't think it's gonna work evenly though. Well, it actually kind of does. Other option is I could put the floor holes for the conveyors. Oh, I hope that's my main base power grid, which seems weird to say because normally you probably don't want the main base power grid to shut down. I really don't like that, like you can't see like the... I don't want this to be like a nightmare of a crawl space to try to like navigate through and get like the water out of and stuff. I've jumped too far. No, we have to go back. All the way back around. Yeah, so my fear is like we'll end up with this super ugly... I'm tempted to drop this down one more level, just so we can like jump. You've been playing for 2 hours? Well, I've done it again. Yeah, because I'm thinking like then we can run the water on like the top level. It'd be nice if there was like... I don't know, I'm thinking I really should just get that like power pole upgrade. For now, I just leave all 3 of these running, right? I'm trying to think, can we power another one of these? How much power would it be if we had 2 of these going? This makes 75 times 2 is like that. Biomass burner is going to shut down eventually is what I'm actually also realizing. Which means production is going to shut down. Or like it's going to reduce. I think capacity is going to reduce. That makes sense. How much water is in here? Seems full. Current on pipe 15.3. Like that's not a lot of water, is it? There's not a lot of leftover water. Is it enough to run this? Done this correctly? I'm trying to think of the least invasive way to like expand this. I feel like it would be like 2 per machine based on what I've just discovered. Are you producing power? I don't know how to like. Does this have enough of what it needs to run? I think it's gonna be short on water. That seems like it's running. We have 255 capacity. I really need those like. So I was gonna run like a weird like floor like this, but I think what I'll actually do is I will just get the thing that like elevates the pipes. Put one more like water thing on there. Okay, I need enough for one more of these, and then I need one more water pump, I think. So we need 30 iron plates. And then I guess maybe I should run the electricity back to the base. Super like ugly like, you know? As far as I can go. Until the power line's too long. Alright, beautiful. Just smack that right here. I like to think this is what they did when they were like founding like the electric grid in countries like America, and they were like, just smack that pole on down and fucking move on to the next one. Did they build the power like along the railway, or like, were they? How do you know how do power poles get placed in the middle of nowhere? How does electricity? I did this because I knew I was going to touch the water and it was going to ruin my electric grid. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, I have this fear that when I finally hook this up to like the main base, it's not going to have enough power to be sustainable. And then, I think we missed. It's going to like shut down the cold grid. Can you believe they recorded all these songs without the use of the MacBook Pro? They were wild for that. Sometimes I like, I think about some artists sometimes. I really am like, this feels bad, but this one's always on the top of my brain. Because I watched like a church's like desk concert once. I think it was like a Tiny Desk or something. And it's like, I'm like, this is Lauren Mayberry. She plays the MacBook Pro. Like, it's like, but it also, I feel like I don't want to take that like to like too extreme, because I feel like a lot of people get like really riled up about AI, and it reminds me of that quote at like the end of that Skrillex song where he's like, you have technicians here making noise, they're not artists because no one can play the guitar. It reminds me of like that early like contention, I guess, with like synthesizers, and people would be like, how much power does this use? Max consumption is 209. I actually think we might be meeting this. Maybe. I might connect these grids together and see what goes wrong. But yeah, the song, he's like, they are not artists because no one can play the guitar. And it reminds me, because like they weren't, like it went from people playing like drums and like guitars and violins and stuff to like literally people playing keyboards and the fucking MacBook and like tape decks. I'm like, you know what I mean? And so sometimes people get like really butthurt about AI, and they're just like, just not real art, and like that's not real like writing. And I'm like, yeah, but like, oh, times change. Like, I don't know. I feel like it is that same argument in my brain where it's like, they're not artists because no one can play the guitar. And it's like, no, but you're still like synthesizing art. And I guess maybe in some cases people are like, it's maybe not quite the same because they just take whatever comes out of the computer and then they're like, that's it, I'm done. Or it's like maybe some like loopers and synthesizers and stuff like that. You still have to like put all this stuff together, right? Why isn't any of this powered? What is? What have I done wrong? See, capacity is like 2. I'm so scared that when we run out of biofuel, we're gonna like only producing 225. It's just like, are these two separate power grids? Am I losing it? Like, what has happened? I really want to tear this facility down, but I also don't want to have to like figure out like, oh shit, I still needed this. Like, my hope is that when these run out of solid biofuel, when our minute is up, my hope is that this power grid stays online. I don't know if that's gonna work. What am I looking for? What the fuck is this? I'm gonna lose it. I'm like, is this a cover? Is the original? You can't tell me this song came out like, what is, oh my god, how many years ago was that? Like 20 plus 50, 70 years ago? You can't tell me that this is not like just a remake done in the old style. I will lose, I'll absolutely lose my shit if like, because I need these, but I don't have steel technology, or like I can't make stackable pipeline support. I feel like I'm gonna have to do like the jank floor thing for now. I really hope this is a remake done in like a really old style, and that the original song is not just like 7 years old, and the only version of it that I've ever heard is like the new fancy version, because I will probably not be okay if I find that out. If I can figure out that's the case. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? I'm probably gonna need a lot more reinforced plates now that I think about it. I'm realizing like I'm probably gonna have to upgrade that like lower conveyor belt. I don't know, am I? I feel like we have 30 going into each. That's 60. That's about what a tier 1 conveyor will move. It'll be okay. We'll split it. We're gonna have to like figure out the whole like merging thing. It's probably gonna be like kind of gross looking, but it's fine. It'll work. I really hope this is a cover. Anybody else get like sick of the footstep noises in this game? I feel like normally it doesn't bother me. I like tune it out, but every now and then I like tune into it and I'm just like, this is grating. I should have done the power line through here maybe, instead of like way over there by the excavator thing. Probably won't worry about it too much. Try not to overthink it, because I think at some point I'm probably gonna come back through here with like the giant steel like power tower transformer thingies, and we'll probably end up like redoing a bit of the power grid that way. We either did not hit that thing or just straight up did not react. I'm gonna guess that we didn't actually hit it. What the fuck? Someone ever like... Has someone ever killed one of these? Like, you know, like a double KO type of thing? Like, they got it, but it also got them at the same time. Yes, this would have been like a way better, like, they could have routed the power that way. Alright, the trick is going to be doing this without, like, actually what I really kind of probably should do, fuck, I don't want to, like, the entire factory's gonna shut down. When I cut this wire, the entire factory over there is gonna, like, die. It has to be done. I think I have to do this to, like, preserve the power grid on this side of the thing, though. So I'm gonna have to move this water, and I'm afraid that, like, the machines are gonna shut off when I move it. We'll just casually, place this on through here. I think for production, let's put this coal generator down. And then we'll move that over without that. This will be the start of a new three-way splitter. Which I'm thinking, like, I don't know how that's gonna line up. I almost wish I had an extra one of these. I could place one. That's like such a waste of resources though. But it's the price to line things up properly. Actually, I guess I could place it and then line it up and then demolish it. There wouldn't be any harm in that, really. Okay, and then from here, we do the same thing we did over there, but like this. And then here we'll have a splitter that feeds in from that side. And then here, we'll do that, we'll do this. And then this belt is gonna have to get like split in the middle somewhere. I'm thinking like, I think this is slightly off center. It's kind of bothering me a tiny bit, but I feel like it'll be okay. So we'll wanna like split it like here or something. We really want to split it like in the back, kind of. And then I'm thinking that was such a long like. Maybe I shouldn't have destroyed that. I'm thinking about this. We definitely should have made a higher ceiling here, probably. Would have been helpful. I should have dropped this down an extra layer. I'm thinking, like, is it too late? Can I still do this? Music is so like I've heard this before too. I have heard this before. What the fuck? I swear I've heard this before. Ignore the fact that like all this stuff is floating, it'll be fine. We'll fix it in a second. Although it's kind of like not bad, but like I really don't like abusing like the physics in games. It's like my only downside to this. But I do love that like you can look up at the machinery doing stuff, which actually makes me think like technically, what I actually could have done was totally just, I actually could have just used it to make like, oh, this is gonna shut down. I'm gonna be so sad. This is fun. Whatever. Destroy this pipe segment. Feed that water right into that power pole. Wait, can you fit these off of these? Does that work? Is that... These are not connected. How did I do this the first time? I think it just like snaked it, right? It was just done like that. It feels weird because it's like you could buy those like extender things, or you just abuse floating like pipe physics and stuff. Trying to line this up. I think the only reason this hasn't shut down entirely is because we still have like this last coal plant here's online, right? I think it's a combination of the fact that they have like stored coal. We're gonna have to do something about these power poles. I don't like that this is like trying to, I feel like it's trying to snap to like where the old pole was and not like, which is weird because it's like, it's off. I feel like it's off of like where you can normally place those. How does this work? What is this science? Quick, welcome back up to the grid. This is how real power companies do power maintenance. This is why your power always goes out at weird hours of the night. Like there's nothing like feeding that anymore, so. Oh, I should have made sure I had enough like tubing for this now that I can do that as well. Probably need one more of these. I don't know how these, I'm gonna break my legs. It's like I don't remember how these work. If you can just pump like 2 into like one of these hold like 300 cubic meters a minute. And I guess right now there's like 7.1 left over if that's what I'm reading properly. That makes sense because like I think we need another water pump, which makes me also reminds me that I didn't actually plan for like the construction of another water extractor in our material budget here. I'm gonna hope that we get this bonus extractor for free. And then maybe maybe we'll just place this on down here. This magical floating junction. Is this lined up? It's off-centered. I don't like that. I should have put this more like centered up the wall though, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, okay, if I look straight up and like this. Can I feed that like that? No. There's no. You see my I guess I could feed that other one from like way over there, but it's kind of, I don't know, I guess the easiest way to do this is probably like this, right? Just ignore how this looks for now, okay? I know this looks pretty bad. It's fine. I need to be able to see the power pole up there. Okay. Both of these running, I hope. I hope there's a lot of water in here. This is like I don't understand the flow rate, kind of. It seems like there's not a lot of water in that extractor compared to like this one that has like a lot of water in it. And I'm thinking like, well, they actually both don't have a lot of water in them. Maybe this is fine. I don't know how this is gonna work when they like flow into each other, but again, this, like, it says this holds like 300 meters cubed. This only produces like 120, and that also produces 120. It's like 240 meters cubed, and 240 meters cubed is less than 300 meters cubed, which makes me think that should be fine. Downside, oh, I forgot that like those things need coal. Roll. Bro. Okay, we have that going, and then that going, and then this going, and then that going. So we really just need to hook up the little main piece of this. Probably also delete this tubing. low. Yeah, I guess we should put the lower belt down here kind of thing. I feel like I'm in a bowling alley for some reason. It always gives me that like under the lanes kind of like. This song, the music like this actually makes me think of Getting Over It by Bennett Foddy, or Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, I guess. Which really makes me think that I haven't played that game in a while. I used to play that game, I don't want to say like every day, but at least like on a weekly basis. It's actually like, I wasn't really like working towards a speed run or anything. There was a point where I was like, I'm getting kind of good at this. It's like I'm like I think my like PB is like a sub like 20 minute. Hypotheses just intersect super grossly with any of that other stuff, which is fine. Fuck, I don't kind of mind if they hang over the edge, which seems weird because like. Would feed that one and then those two. Oh no. And then this one would feed this one and these two. Is that how that works? I guess at least now that it's like, now that the power grid's down, I can work on this freely, I suppose. That feeds that one. And then... those two feed into the system, and then those two feed into the system, and that one feeds into the system, and then this one should probably go over here, and we'll just put another one, but I don't think this one will ever actually, like, work. Or will it? I think we're limited on coal. Right? We have 60 coal, it takes 15 for each of these. So I think it's in our best interest to not try to, no empty power line connections. What do you mean? What the fuck? This is that song, the French song. We're back. We're like, this is the same song. Okay, I think I see where I messed up. My first mistake was falling. My second mistake. This needs to be here, I think. I have fallen again. Amazing. No! Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna delete it from down here. That's also... wait, is this floating? Doesn't look like it's floating. Okay. I need to find different music. I'm so sorry. This will be a bit of a like, this will be a bit jarring, but it'll be fine, I hope. Okay, I think I'd want to disconnect this one. Because again, we don't have the resources to power it. Actually, that makes me think... I'll just delete this, and then this should just pass through, I hope. Actually, kind of, now what I'm thinking, the splitter's like a really weird kind of spot. Because I think what I could do, actually, is... I planned to feed it from that side, because I thought, like, well... it's like a weird... but I'm thinking, like, I could totally just, ignoring all collisions that are, like, happening here. I could actually, wow, I don't know, because I'm thinking, like, that kind of limits, like, our potential later, right? If we want to add more to this, we should probably keep it, like, all lined up on the same side. Although, if we do it, like, on this side, we have, like, this whole underneath to, like, route it, and that'd be kind of cool. Because that means, like, we can actually put all of this, like, underneath. that might be way cooler and better, and I like it less because it won't clip to the wall on the outside. So like, hear me out, right? I hope that's a Mark 1. If it goes underneath there like that, and then we put the splitter here like this, and then we feed it from that end. Do these line up too? They line up about the same, I guess. Okay. And then this will have to like move, I guess. I don't know what's gonna happen to this, but I'm thinking, I don't know. I think it's gonna have to move. Am I using cheese building techniques? Is this frowned upon in the Satisfactory community? My only real thought was like it'd be so nice to be able to just like have this all go underneath instead of going over there. And then the pipes are like free to like do their thing. And then however you want to like split this stuff, you're kind of free to do it. And I feel like as the grid kind of like grows, we have like more space to like just work with. We have more space to like split and like do stuff, you know? So I think the first thing we want is just like a splitter somewhere here in the middle, probably here-ish, I think, because again it's not like lined up perfectly. And then put this splitter like in line with it. It feels like I should. Just line up. Are you centered? Why do I feel like this is off no matter what side it goes to? You see, it's like that side. It's like too far that side, and then if you do this, I feel like it's like too far this side. I feel like this is about it. That looks almost equidistant. Put that there, put this here, and then we just gotta feed it from that belt. Right over there. That belt used to run like along the outside, but I feel like now we can like run it kind of along the inside maybe. I don't know. Is that better or worse? I feel like theoretically it should be better. Kind of. I thought it'd be cool if we could like make it elevated. You know what I'm saying? Like have it like gradually, like, because we used a lifter here. It's just lined up. So that'd be cool if we could do like a gradual like incline. And like here, like this. This one probably doesn't matter. Actually, that's what we should do for this probably. Because I did say I wanted to make this like a building someday. Should put like a conveyor wall here maybe. I kind of like, I guess I like the double because at least, oh, that is like, that actually lines up like perfectly. Yeah, so what we should do is just like basic wall, and then like a conveyor wallet. This is, I don't know why, like, my brain is like, this is so great. It like lines up and everything. I feel like this looks so ugly. Like, even with, oh, I didn't mean to shoot the rebar gun. Even with like all this like done here like this, I just feel like it looks so hideous. I guess my other thought is like, I don't know where to put this merger. I feel like if I do it like right there, and then it's like maybe a little bit nicer, you know? Otherwise, I feel like I don't know why I'm trying so hard. Again, because it's like it looks kind of okay, but then it's like, well, the further out you get from this, it's like the worse and worse it like starts to look. I guess if I like put the merger here, and then I can feed that in like that side, and then that I guess can go like either in this side or something, or I don't know. Are those on the same level? They kind of are. I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool to like have it kind of out of the way. It's like when you look out in the distance, you still can like kind of see like the landscape type of thing, but it's like, it feels like it's barely. They say people rarely look up, right? Like, you know, they say like it's easy to see what's like side to side, but it's like you can put like your hand can be like right above someone's like forehead, and it's like they just gone. It's like your brain's just oblivious. Oh, I think I want to delete this part of the splitter, otherwise it will ruin things. Since we're not actually going to power this one yet. Should I put a fluid buffer here? We technically could. Oh, I think I didn't want to because I didn't want it to like go downhill, right? I was like, there's no point if we get a valve type of deal. Maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking like, will the pump thing itself actually act as a valve? Do we even have enough stuff for a fluid buffer? Should probably be my first question. We don't. Okay. Well, I guess that answers that question. I'm gonna wait for the coal to distribute. I'm hoping this works. I'm trying to think like, okay, so it takes 15 coal each, 60 come in total, that splits into 30 and 30, which then goes into one of these splitters. This isn't gonna work. I should have hooked this up to this splitter because I'm realizing now the error of my ways, and that this one splits 3 ways, which means it's gonna split that stack of 30 into stacks of 10, which isn't gonna be enough to power these in time. So my option is to either upgrade this into Mark II conveyor belt all the way to that merger. I think I would have to upgrade. I'll have 16 reinforced plates too, so it's like, I don't know if we're gonna have enough. And then I think I still don't know if that splits how I thought it did. I may have fucked up. I think it should, because one side will like back up. Actually, I'm wondering, is this gonna be an issue? Because if one side's like full and like backed up, I think this has, I've always like split stuff like down the line. I was now realizing this other way of splitting also seems to have drawbacks. I'm thinking once these fill up, I think that'll be fine. Because like this side won't be able to supply as many as it needs. So, like this side will naturally get like the excess, I want to believe. It'll probably just take a bit to like actually fill up that way. But it makes me think, I don't know if either of these anyways they both take time to like load properly. So now I'm thinking like maybe you don't save like anything really when you do it like this. Although maybe this one loads slightly faster because it has to like split up front differently. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing or believing, I guess. I'm waiting for this number to hit 100 to like pull the lever on the coal power plants. I guess, you know, how is everybody doing today? If you're out there, I'm gonna drink Mountain Dew, I guess. While we wait. Supposed to find a satisfactory VTuber that streams at like the super weird hours of the day. Because yesterday after stream I didn't have anybody to raid, and then I raided like a random person. I feel bad, random person, because I tried to find her channel afterwards. I could not, it was gone. Like, I was like, oh shit. I was like, who did I raid? And I showed up for a bit and I like hung out. I tried to hang out for like a little bit, but then I was like, I'll be honest, it's kind of a probably like a bad raider person. Oh, I guess what we can do while we do this, we'll fix the color scheme on like all this stuff. Because for some reason it keeps defaulting to like the wrong, like this is the fix it factory swatch. Why aren't you using it? Why don't you use the factory swatch? All my buildings are supposed to be pink and they're turning out teal instead. I got a way bigger like a coal production facility than my last playthrough. I could be wrong though. Alright, beautiful. I'm waiting for like that one backseat gamer to come in here and tell me why the color thing doesn't work properly. I need to know. Why is everything defaulting to teal instead of pink? I don't know if we should be, these probably don't matter that much. I kind of like the blue better, but feels like it's a little late now, so it's whatever. Alright, are these ready to go? How much coal is in? Oh yeah, okay, it looks like they're full. Okay, so it's 100. One also should hopefully have 100. It has 40. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it's because they're not mining. Just dumped all the coal out of the line or whatever. I'm gonna go hit the button. I'm gonna activate the facilities with my 8 remaining biofuel. I guess I'll leave this in here till like this flows through again. I hope this is enough to run all this in a sustained fashion. We've got water. There seems to be excess water. I hope there's still excess water down here. Okay, all these things are full. They're all getting coal. Capacity is at 330. I feel like I almost feel like a real life scientist, you know? Yeah, look at all this stuff doing the things. I wonder if I should have. I guess I didn't really have the resources to. It's like I was wondering if I should have made this Mark II conveyor belt. waiting till I snipe the wrong one of these and actually turn the wrong thing pink. How come it seems like both of these aren't running? I'm unworthy of your friendship and your raids, Burger Bro. You're amazing. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so very much for the raid. I feel like I have like a lot of like really cool friends that are here on the VTubing scene, and I feel like I'm not that like cool or popular enough to deserve like a lot of the people that I know of. You are one of those people, Burger. Thank you again for the raid. Hello Raiders, I am PikaChokeMe's. Welcome to our host club. Today we're playing Satisfactory. Apologize, the machinery is a little bit loud at times. You love the color palette in the factory? Thank you. If you played this game, if you're a backseat gamer, can you tell me why it's not pink by default? It's consumed your life on multiple. I know, I've played it like, I did one really big playthrough, I think back in like I think it might have been like the 0.6 update. Or the 0.8 update, I'm not sure. I think I played at the 0.6 update really like hardcore, and then I think I played again at the 0.8 update, and I was like, the 1.0 update's out, and I'm like, I can like play the game, I guess. Although I don't know why, because I feel like it was pretty complete like before. Got to jetpack section, then forgot to continue. I don't think I even made it to like nuclear power or anything, and I think it's weird because it's like I thought my factory was like online and like cool stuff, and also high CC. I didn't mean to like ignore you. I just wanted to throw that in there. But yeah, so I thought I was like really cool, but I really only think I made it like just barely past coal power, and I think I kind of like gave up. And then I had a friend I was actually like trying to play it with too, but I felt bad because I think like he was like super into it, and I had like a chronic addiction to Apex Legends that I battle with from time to time, and I was definitely very big into Apex at that time, so it was like really hard for me to actually like log off of Apex and log into the game and play it. And so I think our like dedicated server save is like neglected and out there in the wilderness. So I felt bad in that regard, but so far it seems really good. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, that's it. We're playing Satisfactory. I'm trying to get coal power online. I realized I've like messed up. So in all my other factories, I usually like I'll run like one conveyor belt that just has like a bunch of splitters going off of it, and then I realize that's like you get like a half of a half of a half of a half like down towards the end of the splitter, and it takes like the machines on the end like an eternity to fill up. So this time I'm trying to do it better, where like you just split down the middle and then you split those two halves, but I've realized that like this is only 60 coal, and I've tried to split it 3 times over here. These take like 15 each, and 30 divided by 3 is like 10, so I realize like I have fucked up. So I'm hoping that when all this stuff backlogs, all 4 of these will work, even though one of them's run off like the wrong side of the splitter. But I don't know for sure if that's gonna like happen yet. So I'm kind of like hanging out around here, hovering over my power plant like a concerned mother, trying to see if all my machines will fill. Like this one that keeps turned red for a minute there. Yeah, see, I think they're running out of coal. My hope was that like as the one side backlogs, like this side should fill up eventually, and then I was hoping that like this side would have more and be able to divide it. But I think what I should have done is I should have like fed this side from over here. I'm thinking like I guess I still could, but foiled again, Mr. Peak. What do you mean the trap? Yeah, I hope you guys have been well. What were you playing and or doing? If you don't mind me asking. I am trying to like Twitch right now and I'm fumbling at it horribly. There we go. Oh, the gameplay loop trap? Where you play the game? Is that what you mean? I guess what I'm thinking, I don't like this because it's gonna be like super not great, but like, I was hoping it would wrap around like this side. I'm also trying to make things like not hideous looking to varying degrees of success, as you can see. I don't know, I was gonna say like this started out bad, but I guess it still kind of looks bad, so. And you keep playing to do the thing better than you do it before. No, I know, I feel like that is like the trap, right? You get stuck, like, I'm trying, because I have played this before, I'm trying really hard not to like preemptively optimize anything that doesn't need to be preemptively optimized, but at the same time, I'm, yeah, as you see like this, I feel like this is a trap, right? Because I tried to optimize, like, I was like, well, if I split it 3 times and split it again, like, I'm like, it's perfect. But now I'm realizing that, I have messed up. And I'm thinking, like, is this because this isn't fed, like, 2 times? If I put a faster conveyor belt here, would this fix this problem? I feel like maybe it would. I don't know. If I put... so I'm thinking, like, I could... I don't have enough to make Mark II conveyor belts anyway right now. Because I've been doing things like this instead of anything actually productive in terms of like progressing tiers or like making sure plate production's like up and running. Although I guess maybe this is not such a waste of time because I feel like it's necessary, right? You need like good power before you can like move on and do other things. Rated into satisfactory via quickly Counter-Strike via Final Fantasy. The human algorithm seems to accidentally beat any suggestions you've seen. I wish how you got here. I'm sure not sad about it. That's pretty good. I rated an old school RuneScape streamer. Actually, I didn't rate him. I just watched his stream earlier. And I ended up like 3 hours later on like old school RuneScape still. And I was like, that is the most consistent, like... I feel like normally I'll start at like one end and like you'll slowly tunnel into like other like parts of Twitch, right? You'll just like, you'll slowly crawl down the rabbit hole and I feel like you rarely ever end up watching like the same game that you started watching after a couple streams. And I was like almost amazed. I was like, it was old school RuneScape. I'm like, I'm amazed. There's like enough old school RuneScape streamers that also rate other old school RuneScape streamers that I am like still here in the old school RuneScape sphere. Especially because like I started at like an old school RuneScape VTuber as well, which makes me think that like, yeah, it's like not only, we ended up from like old, that was like the only difference I think was that it went from like VTubing to like a normal tuber, a person, a flesh tuber, I don't know what they, a streamer? And I was like, this is the only thing that has changed. I was like, this is crazy. I wanted like a nice fancy door here that people would like walk into for this part of the factory. I think actually I still could do that. I put this beautiful eyesore here so that you could like still walk through here and then not have a giant conveyor belt be in the way. But now I'm thinking like, what if I did that and then moved this like way over here and then fed this like into this side of the building and then also did like another archway above. My plan is to I want this to be like a giant glass building you kind of like walk into and then see all the coal production. Right now it's just a bunch of buildings in the middle of nowhere, but... Do all these trip individually? Or is it like, was the grid just offline? I didn't notice. Oh, it's because I connected the main base to this. Okay. I'm gonna hope that this is enough power for now. Producing 420, perfect, beautiful. So we have a 420 capacity. We're like the maximum amount of power this grid can supply. Produced on this grid. Like, oh my god, I feel like we're. No wait. Okay, so I think this is what we're producing right now. This is what we have the capability to produce. So I mean, if I tear this building down right now, we will lose capacity. I have a bunch of these like sitting in front of my base. My plan is to destroy them all. So I'd like to just run off this hopefully sustaining coal power plant for now. I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna walk away from this and I'm gonna hope that I don't have to come back here. Also, Like, you shouldn't jump this high next to power lines this low. I've never been up here before either. And I'm thinking... I routed the power like on the ground. We've already fallen off. Okay, awesome. It's like, what if I route the power through like the super scenic route? How many coal nodes are you extracting? It's 2 different nodes for this, but they're like impure nodes, so it's not like, I think it's like 30 each. And then there's 5 coal plants here, but one of these isn't actually hooked up to that coal supply. So I think I'm trying to run 4. And I think it takes 15 each, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so you're like 15. I'm worried that these aren't like backlogging very fast. See what there? It's probably fine. I could also just like slap a power slug in one of these, I guess. Like, just force the supply. I guess because the supply right now meets the demand, they're not like overfilling. They're just like barely enough coal to keep them running. I could like put the power slug in here and just have it go, but I'm also trying not to use too many like slugs or anything just yet. I think in the past I've just like slapped, I've just, you know, I've used too many power slugs in the past and then it becomes like a nightmare to like actually try to manage the power grid. I feel like I really just want to climb this rock. I'm trying not to like muck up the beauty of the landscape too much, but at the same time, my ultimate dream is to like look out across the landscape and see a whole bunch of factory, you know? I think this might actually take us all the way back to our base. If we chose to go this route. Or break our legs, one or the other. And actually die. Amazing. Yeah, there is like 2, Can I play this game? Oh, if you end up playing this game, your time management life is over. Curbing your Overwatch 2 addiction with Final Fantasy 14. Oh no. I don't know. I tried to play Final Fantasy 14 like a while ago. I think I like the idea of it, but I really do not like the global cooldown. I have to play like action MMOs to stay interested. And then I tried to do like Throne and Liberty recently, but I didn't. It didn't even last like a day. I feel bad about it too because I have a bunch of friends. I have like one friend in particular that was like super excited because we played a sort of Legends online not too long ago when it came out, and we all ended up playing it together, and it was really fun. I feel like we like went super hard on that game. And I feel like he's been looking for like that raiding experience ever since. He wants us all to like get together again and like do that type of thing where like we're raiding together and like one of us is tank and another one's DPS and healer, you know, the MMO lifestyle basically. But so far it's like we haven't found an MMO that has like met the same like we haven't found an MMO that like has quite been the same experience. So I think he's like sad that we're not playing it. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I'm not like very big brain when it comes to doing all the correct actions in all the correct times, which is why I like I don't know. I like hitting more than one button, but if it's more than like 8 or so buttons, I feel like I really start to struggle. If it's more buttons than I can hit with one hand, that's like we're not gonna have a good time. I guess I could like mass disassemble this instead of doing these one at a time. This was gonna be the original power cube, but it's gone now. I'm scared I'm gonna like look at something I didn't want to disassemble. I mean, I guess it worked. I don't know what I'm gonna do with like this now. This is like my biomass building setup. thinking I could leave it for like the chainsaw too, but it's like, what, I don't know what I'm gonna need the chainsaw for. Like, yeah, I feel like FPS games just keep like my monkey brain engaged, you know? Although I don't enjoy like I spent a long time playing CSGO, and it's only like recently I realized like I don't think I like tactical shooter type games that much. I think I'm safe to delete this. Cause even like Valorant, I feel like they play like too slow. To like watch the site and everything. It's like I really like Apex or Fortnite or I think there's another anime like Fortnite clone that came out recently. I got invited into like the beta for, and I was like, oh, I should play this. But someone said it's terrible, and so I was like, all right, well, maybe I won't check it out then. I feel like, is that ungrateful to say though? If you end up in a game beta and then you like don't play the beta, and then you're like, and also I heard your game was boring, so I didn't give it a chance. When you want to play slow? Yeah, exactly. It's like sometimes it's like I just don't want to like, I feel like you just end up like AFK, like sitting in a corner, right? Like waiting for stuff to happen. And a whole bunch of stuff happens at once, so it's like it's not like it's completely terrible. It's like I really just like running around. Even in this game half the time, I just sit here like I'm like ADHD running around. I don't know what's happening. There's like no rhyme or reason to it either half the time. I'm literally just running in circles. Right, we need steel production to do steel production-y things. I'm super nervous that like we still don't have enough power. Seems decent though. Seems like it's holding. Wait, how much? Okay, yeah, so we're at 330 is our max capacity, and that's probably with like that biomass burner. That's like way over there in the distance. And we're using a 240 right now, I think, is what it said. Max consumption 260. So we have like a 40, is that like megavolts? That seems like a really weird measure of a, oh, megawatts, okay. It's like, that's a weird measure of like energy. Alright, perfect. Okay, so my other thing that I wanted to, this is where all the like mess is built at. I had this great dream to smelt. I really just wanted one container for everything. So I wanted like all these iron production lines to feed like this single storage container. And I wanted that to feed like a bunch of smelters. And then I wanted all the output of those smelters to feed back into a single container, and then all the output of that to feed like all into like a bunch of other stuff. And that's like what this was a, I'll say Valiant, even though I feel like it's probably not worth that. This was my attempt to do that. Except some of this stuff isn't working. Like some of these ratios are off, some of the flow rates are messed up. There's too many ingots coming out of one of these and not enough ingots coming out of the other one of these, and I'm tempted to like tear the whole thing down and just build like a wall of smelters and start over. But I'm also like, I guess at least it's like producing something, so it's like, I don't know. One of these like steel veins, I guess I thought one of the iron veins was like pure too, but I actually don't think it is. There's also like 2 other pure iron veins somewhere else in the back, and so what I really wanted was to be able to look out into the expanse and see like how much of the planet we'd conquered with technology. You know, I want this vision of like this capitalist factory society taking over the natural landscapes. I can look out and see our tribute to the machine messiah as we slowly conquer the planet and devour nature. But I'm also thinking like there's some iron veins back there and some coal veins back there too, and it might be way easier to just keep that stuff next to itself and then smelt steel and then transport it over. But so I'm kind of sacrificing the idea of the mega factory at this point because I don't think it's gonna work. Even though like I've done so many big factories in like other playthroughs too, and it's like I really like the idea of it, but I think because of how the resources are laid out here, I don't know if it's gonna work. So also forgive me, I'm drinking water. I feel like I've done a lot of yapping and not a lot of drinking and hydrating. So. Okay. I feel like The first time you activate the this space elevator thing, you're like, you deserve a micro break, and I feel like that's what that was right there. It's like one, two sips of water. It's like, all right, back to work. So there are like normal coal, like way out here in the distance, somewhere. There we go. Okay, so those two are harvested. Yeah, so I'm thinking we might just take one of these and like. I think one of these is like pure iron too up here. Unmuted. I think this is copper. I don't know why I tried. He was so far away. I'm sure someone in this game is like really good with this. Okay. I can't. I want to snipe him, but I can't see where like the thing is going. Alright, whatever. That one was like just short. Okay, so this is pure iron, I believe. Yeah. So I'm thinking this might be close enough to the coal over there. I'm desperately missing. I want to know when like the rebar assault rifle or the. To be fair, I think this is like a rebar gun, right? Like. It's not like a specialized weapon. I think because like the setting of the game, you're like a factory worker type of thing. So it's like I feel like they would never give us guns because we would like revolt and rise up. So like you can have this like makeshift technology for self-defense. And then they're like, and then get back to work. I don't know what that is. If that's like pure iron, this would be golden. Because we would have coal and iron right here. This is why I'm thinking like we could just make steel. Rebar is heavy. That is, yes, he makes sense, right? This is normal iron. That scene from like Toy Story where he's like, you're broken, I don't want to play with you anymore. That's how I feel about normal iron. A sequel to this game is Red Faction, a game where miners. Is that actually true? Not the like sequel thing, but the fact that Red Faction's about a game where miners revolt. I thought Red Faction was like, hear me out, because I haven't looked this up recently, right? But I thought like Red Faction was one of those like World War II like simulator type games. I've only ever heard it by name and never like actually played it. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Right, yeah, I guess this is it. I don't know why I actually realized I went all the way out here to like plan steel production. I realize that we don't have basic steel production unlocked. We're like, I'm over here for nothing. So I think I'll do for now though. We'll need 3 of these probably at the bare minimum, and we'll probably need some foundries and stuff like that. Looks like we actually have iron plates and concrete. We might actually have enough stuff for like most of this. Red Faction 1 is a very Half-Life physics shooter. Interesting. What do you mean terrain destruction exists? I feel like I played Perfect Dark. I don't know if I played it like extensively, but I do feel like I remember playing it like briefly. Also, I don't know why I'm still gathering grass because I guess we probably have all the biomass we need. We shoot holes in walls and floors and stuff. That's pretty neat. I always want to like get into Rainbow Six Siege because it has that mechanic, but then I think about like how little I know about that game and how long people have been playing it, and I'm always concerned that like I will be so in over my head. Like I feel like it'll be miserable until like you're finally like above a certain point on like the skill curve, and then I feel like then it'll be equally miserable because you'll realize like all the ways in which the game is wrong and flawed. So it's like You'll either be shat on or so good you have like the forbidden knowledge, and then it'll just be miserable either way. So it's like I've never managed to like take the plunge and get into it. You try getting it multiple times, it's tough every time. I believe it. I think the only reason I want to play it though is because I see like those YouTube videos that one guy makes where he's always like talking to his buddies on Rainbow Six Siege, and it always sounds like such a good time. It's like, well, they're all laughing, they're having fun. Like, I want that life. But then I realize it's probably more about like the friend group and like far less about Rainbow Six Siege. So, you know, you play one of the older Rainbows. Yeah, what was Rainbow 5 like? I guess I'm here to make modular frames. And hopefully rotors. I don't know, do we have like an access to these getting built? Oh, we have like 38 here. Can I just steal these? Oh, these are merging into here. Okay, this is making smart plating, which I need for like the next space elevator. I've debated turning these off and just stacking rotors up for like other stuff. This one is shut off. Should I just shut off this one as well? My fear is that I'm going to get to like this next space elevator thing, and then I'm going to be like, well, no, I'm going to wait like 30 billion minutes for enough of this smart plating to build. And then I'm gonna be like, I'm not gonna do that, and then I'm gonna end up logging off, and I'm never gonna log back on the game. I think for now we'll try it though, because I really need reinforced plating as well. I'm kind of like running low on that, so I'm hoping that with this we can finally have enough. It was a friend's copy. You played. You ever struggled with the Rainbow Vegas whenever you tried throwing grenades up the stairs, only for it to bounce off the frame above the door and back down? I feel like that happens to me in Apex like constantly. Anytime I try to like nade uphill, I feel like my nade gets like stuck somewhere, and then I have to like run for my life. I'm like, well, this defeated the entire purpose of me trying to like basically like get the jump on the enemy, right? So much like. Should I put the wood in here? It feels like a waste. Also, like, do I put the leaves in here too? Because it's not like I'm using them. I'm probably not going to, and I guess I'll put the chainsaw in here as well, because I doubt I'll need that for a while. Although I say that, and I bet next time I have to like kickstart that power plant, it's gonna be absolutely miserable. Oh, I did it during co-op too. Yeah, that's like. Luckily, like nades in Apex don't hurt your teammates, but they probably do judge me like every time. If they make the mad scramble to get out of the way, and I'm like sitting there, a victim to my own grenade. The other thing I hate is when you like throw a nade and it's like almost perfect, but then you like walk in and you'll take like 4 damage from it or something, but it's like just enough to like. I feel like arc stars in particular are not great because they do that like slow thing if they hit you at all. So it's like you'll take like 4 damage and then you'll be slowed by your own grenade, and then you just look like an idiot like standing there waiting for the enemy to open fire. At least that's how I feel about it. Do I make these by hand? Is it time? Do I give up and make... I can make 2. And it takes like 6. And we also need to make modular frames. I think what we do is we... Wait, why is your production paused? Oh, because you're shut off. That's why. Oh, there's like a backlog of these though. They're building up. Nice. There's literally 1 in there. Okay. Alright. These will slowly build up over time, and then hopefully I'm not dead by the time we need them. This is running like rods. Produce more rods. It's already overclocked too. It needs 20 per minute. We're supposedly... Oh, this is like 31% efficient. That's not good. Where seems to be the problem here? Oh, is it because it's splitting this way? But then you'd think that, like... This factory is riddled with issues. See, this one's full though. It's because this isn't a Mark II conveyor belt, isn't it? Alright, seems to be going slightly better, perhaps. Well, thank you for the follow. The hidden stratagem in this game is supposed to be heavy on the space while crafting, and then you get to drink off. I have actually thought about it before. I feel like ideally you just use like a macro, right? I definitely have. Wait, can you use the spacebar to like actually do the crafting? Oh my god, you can. I've always just held left click. This is genius. I have like a really smart keyboard. I could probably just like have one of these, like smack this button to hold space and then smack it again to unhold space. You know how much of my life I've spent holding left click playing this game. Like, I don't want the same issue to happen here. How much is this making? 30, and this is 30. So these should theoretically be 60, which shouldn't overload this, I guess. But now I'm kind of worried that, like, anything that comes out of one of these is probably like a Mark II. Because these always get split somewhere. This one is a Mark II, which is kind of weird. Because the other ones aren't, you know? Oh yeah, now our ingot backlog can, like, go down. Amazing. Oh. I don't know if this is gonna, like, unfuck this part of the factory or anything, but it feels like it's at least, like, a good start, right? It's like a step in the right direction to, like, maybe a more efficient processing. This has like recently ruined my life because I realized I've like fucked this up. Because I realized if you split this 3 ways, that's divided by 3 and not divided by 2, which makes way more sense when I explain it like this, but for some reason in my brain I didn't really picture that. I just thought like, oh, it'll just magically make enough stuff. Because it's taking like 30 per minute, right? And then this is also taking 30 per minute. And I guess this is just so that these can like share in case it's like a slightly uneven distribution somewhere. I kind of wonder, like, right, hear me out, this could be completely fucked, but is there like a way to build like a load balancer in this, or like if you ran this one like splitting stuff to that side and then this one does like the same thing where it like splits it back, will that like always end up with an even load on like both sides of the thing? And then you could split the throughput from there. Does that make sense? Yeah, it feels like it would work, right? Because then it's like if you have like right now I only have this going one way, so it's like if there's ever like a deficit on this side will never cover it, but this side will actually like step in and like help fill this side. Yeah. But I guess I'm thinking if you do that, then you could just merge the one output from here. The problem is, like, I don't have, like, tier 3 conveyor belts in some places. Which is, like, what also limits my great dream of, like... I really just wanted one giant fat box of ingots, and I was just gonna, like, alright, now I'm gonna split this box to everywhere that needs it. And then everything that feeds ingots is just gonna go straight into this box. But then the bottleneck becomes, like, that one conveyor belt that can go in and out of those things. So that's where it's like I'm stuck like that right now because it's like I really just want to run like one giant splitty AF, but less so if you directly stack the merger on the splitter. Yeah, see? I guess I'm just thinking I also need more floor space. These are all like I think these are merged in like 2 different conveyor belts, which again is done in like a really weird way because it's like I could have just merged like 2 of these lines, but I think they're done in like some weird like ready for one conveyor belt kind of merger. And then I think I might actually split the output from that, I'm not entirely sure. Basically the whole thing is just fucked. Well, thank you. Have a good bed, you know? I hope you get sleep and you rest well. If you're worried about anything or you feel terrible or anything like that, I hope you wake up and you don't feel that way, you know? Because sometimes I'm not entirely sure we don't die in our sleep and wake up as like new people, because I feel like that break in consciousness means like... There's a VOD I watched of like Beetle and like Annie the Fox, who I guess is just Annie now. And she was like, "Are you sure you weren't born yesterday?" And he's like, "I'm not sure, I wasn't born yesterday." And I don't know if he's like memeing or if he's like got this secret like dark knowledge that like, yeah, it's like you really could wake up every morning as like a new person, you know? It's like, there's nothing that says your memories from yesterday were real other than the fact that you just assumed that because you were here, you were also there. You're just from architecture school. That's fall break, so it's all good for the next couple days. That's pretty nice. Happy fall break. And I hope architecture school goes well. And again, not to stress you out with this whole like consciousness theory, but I really do hope you feel better when you wake up. If you're feeling bad. Even if you're not feeling bad, I hope you feel better when you wake up. Exactly, the existential dread. It's perfect. I don't even feel like it fills me with dread. It just makes me think like, you know, it's like he's right. He's like, you can't. He's like, you don't know you're not the same person. Every time you wake up, you could be someone new. It's like the thing that like prevents me from getting in the teleporter. I'm always afraid that like, they're like, no, you go in the teleporter and then you come back out the other side, right? And it's like, I'm like, is that you though? Is that really you? Like if you have a twin, it's not like your thoughts are the same. It's like it's the same person. It's like, am I being ripped apart atom by atom in a painful, horrible death only for like a copy of me with all my memories, but that final moment being reassembled on the other side, and then everybody thinks it's me and it looks like me and it talks like me, but it's not actually me because it's like not my same consciousness transfer. It's like, it has that thing where it's like, what if the like deconstructor part of the teleporter breaks, you know? And there's like two of you, and it's like, which one's the real you? And it's like, they're both the real you, so it's like, I don't know. That's why like in every episode of Star Trek, when they like merge the two people back together, they're actually just murdering them. Yeah, I've actually thought about that too. Yeah, because like the Earth is moving through space, and it's like, so if you travel through time, you'll just be left behind. You're like way in the middle of nowhere. How does that work? If time travel is real, how do you anchor yourself on the planet? I don't know how it works. Clone's like a secret identical twin that's at a different age as you, no matter, no more the same. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, people are like, yeah, you just get in the teleporter. And that's why it's like, I'm gonna be like the only dude who's like 80 years old, like old AF, and I'm gonna be like, I'm not getting in that teleporter. I'll see you in like 12 hours on the plane, the old fashioned way. And they'll be like, oh, granddad, like, why don't you just get with the times, bro? Just take the teleporter. Like, and the other part of me thinks like, maybe it's like not that bad. Maybe everyone will just accept it. And I'll be like, I don't know, like, you just go in the teleporter, you just die, and then you're reborn, a new place. Like, it doesn't matter. Everybody does it, you know? But I'm freaked out because I'm like, that's like, I'm the only me that's here now, piloting the ship. So like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, where do we go when we die? You know, like, what's going on there? Like, your mitochondria will differ if it's not born of your mother. That's kind of interesting. That's why I'll never take the teleporter. I just don't trust it. Unless you can prove. I think people have proved like on the quantum level, like cloning's impossible. So if you can believe that like as long as you're the same on a quantum level, it's still the same you, then it's like maybe that works. But then it also goes back to that thing where it's like, every night you go to bed, you go to sleep, and you wake up, and it's not like you're the same consciousness. It's like, are you still the same you from like the night before? You know? Like, it's almost kind of the same deal. Like, just because you're in the same body, I guess, you just assume it's the same you, but it's like, there's definitely days where I've gone to bed, like, super grumpy, and then you wake up, and you're like, I feel great, and it's like, what if that's because I'm not the same me? Like, what if that's because that's the... I think about this, too, because, like, when you turn on the computer, it's not like the computer knows, like, what it did last. The computer just, like, it's, like, born from nothing. It's, like, a bunch of electrical signals, and then it's like, do I have a hard drive? Yes. Is there a bootloader on it? Yes. And it's like, okay, fire up the bootloader. Grab my hard drive, grab my operating system. That's like, is there stuff plugged in? Yes. It's like, okay, it turns out I have a mouse and a keyboard. That's pretty cool. And then it like loads up that old state that like used to be there. But it's like, it's not like the same running process, right? It's like it rebuilds all that from like the information it has about the state it was last left in. It's like, what if that's me? What if I too am just waking up and I'm reborn from the state I was last left in? with my memories, but it's not the same me. It's not the same process running behind the machine. Anyway, that's my existential crises that's going on. I've run around in circles and talked about this, and we've done exactly no factory progress. I was supposed to grab rods like forever ago and start making modular frames, and then I didn't do that. I think we were trying to figure out why the production here was halted. Are we up to like, up to 39%? This one's at 38%. This is still kind of abysmal. Why is this so bad? There's no ingots built up in here. This seems like it should be producing. Okay, this is 100%. This is 100%. Wait till you see what happens every 7 years. What do you mean? This is like the ship of Theseus, or is this like some other kind of 7 years type of thing? Yeah. That's like another, that's like a fun thought experiment. This one's like full of ingots. This one has no ingots. I think I did this because one of these is like demanding more. This one takes 45, and this one takes 30. And so as you can see, there's more demand than supply. So I did this to make this one produce like at a better rate. But now it's like this is getting prioritized over the other thing. I think I was hoping that when these like backlog, like more of this would end up over here. Is this a Mark II conveyor belt? Is this my other issue? I feel like I'm wrong in my thinking about this, because no matter what happens here, fundamentally, like, there's we're never gonna have more than we're making. So I think this won't build anything, right? It'll just be full, but we won't get any extra out of this, which is why this has nothing and that has all the things. Because we're never building up. We're only taking. I'm thinking, okay, what can I do to fix this, I guess? I could go find another iron line and like plug it into the side here. That won't work because we need like another smelter in here somewhere. Which is the other part of my problem. Alright, what if we just start over? I think the only real issue here is that I've started this process that needs more ingots than we're producing. Instead of letting it suffer for that, and production being slowed, we're adding more ingots to it. I have left it as it was. And now I'm thinking, how do I fix this problem? How do I go about solving this issue, but in also a way that like is the laziest? I feel like I know that the answer is to go out into that wilderness and go like bring more iron back here. I was like, please, anything but that, anything but me actually playing the game. But I guess we should get this. I feel like I need like 3 portable miners. We have a bunch of iron plates, we have a bunch of concrete. I have enough stuff to like make make more mining platforms. We'll make 5 of these, I guess. I think there's 2 iron veins, like kind of further back into the desert behind the iron veins we have. And I'm thinking, like, I guess I could go merge those into like what we have, or could, where's the tier 3? I get the second. Actually, this might not. I was gonna joke that we could like get this and then we could act like we would up production. We're still gonna have to get more smelters. So I don't know why I'm like avoiding the inevitable. I feel like I just don't want to destroy this entire factory floor. I feel like we're absolutely gonna have to do that. We need to smelt more stuff. And there's not a lot of room here for it, so I kind of am thinking like, what if we just put like a wall of smelters back here, and then just kind of like angle them. I'll have to like move all this, which is gonna be a real pain. There's just really not a lot of space in this factory, I think is what I'm discovering. Part of me like doesn't want to tear it down because I'm like, at least it's building something, even if production's not optimal. The part's like, I need floor space to start over. I guess what I'm kind of thinking, I could start by disconnecting all this stuff. And then we'll let like the natural supply of ingots like drain, so that way they don't have to move all these things. Just naturally let this all filter through. We're not really gonna have to wait long for this one. This one has like a bunch of stuff in it that I really don't want to have to move by hands. I'm like, we'll just let those ingots like filter themselves out. And then I guess I was thinking this would slowly run through the supply, but it's like, it's probably not gonna do that. It's like, what I really need to do is like disconnect all the things that like feed the stuff. I don't know if that's gonna work either, because I'm thinking like, maybe this is a bad idea. I haven't decided yet. Let's see if there's these two. I think there's like, yeah, okay. There should be one more back this way. This one might be pure. This isn't loaded. Slug. I guess my other thought too is like, we could just start slugging things. I feel like it's a tool to be used, right? So like maybe I shouldn't be completely against power slugging enough. I guess the problem at the end of the day is like we only have so much iron feeding into the factory, but then it's like, I guess you could also just power slug the iron vein. Pure iron. Okay, which way is our factory? That way? I realize it didn't bring power or electricity out this far. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to go back here. I'm not super happy with it, but the goal is to get to like that miner up there and then just merge these conveyor belts together, and I'm hoping that doesn't come with its own set of problems. I'm trying to like follow the contour of the land too, because I don't want these to float too much. What the fuck? What is this? Because we were jumping? What happened? No, you can, yeah, and then we'll just put a merger here. I could have built it on that conveyor belt, but I guess I kind of want it like ground level. We'll merge, and then we'll send it on its way. Super easy, like, until it's not. Can I line this up somehow? Please tell me that sound wasn't like the sound of the factory powering down. How much access does this power pole have? Alright. This is it. Away we go. It's kind of nice because it's like the power lines can go between the dunes. I think how much safer it'll be down there, away from all the electricity. It's beautiful. Except that everything is, again, using the wrong color palette by default. I don't know why. How much does this make? 120 per minute. This is like 3 times what the other one makes. This one single conveyor belt supplies as much iron as like 3 of those. Which means this is also a logistics nightmare. I feel like I should be happier about this, but like... This means this is gonna ruin everything. Oh no. How many plates do I have? I feel like I should just hook this up to like, I should just build a playmaking facility out here. That actually might be a thought, kind of. I guess that's like one thing you could do, right? Again, because it's like I always go for the mega factory plan, but it's like it would be so nice to just have like this one mining node dedicated to making plates at that place back there instead of conveying this all the way across the desert. And it's like even then if I just conveyed the plates all across the desert, like that might not be terrible. Or maybe what this is really telling me is that like this cliffside factory is in a bad location. And that well, I guess what I also could do, since I originally had like a bunch of this space being used, I'm thinking like I could just move the factory forward more. Like I could just build out towards the desert until like this plateau's under us. Like what if we just did this? Think of how much more space we'd have for activities. And then it's like where it's not quite like, I feel like it's not as cool, like built into the cliffside. It's like there's gotta like a limit. I'm thinking maybe about here, kind of, perhaps. I want to know what this looks like from like a distance. Yeah, see, I feel like that comes off the cliffside too far. The factory outscales the cliffs, and I don't like that, even though it is kind of cool, and it was all about like taking over nature. But it's like I don't want it to go like too far away, so like, I almost want like that, like from that behind. I feel like, what does that look like? It's like this is still gonna look dumb. Let us foundation. It's so quiet without all this machinery running. It's like, I feel like I really only wanted to go like 1 or 2 in this direction to not like completely dwarf the cliff. But again, it just seems like I feel like I'm gonna need more space. Unless we just keep going up, perhaps. I don't know. The benefit of mini factory is battery backups. Yes, yeah, I feel like the mini factories have like it feels more sustainable than trying to run like one giant factory and organize it all. But I don't know if it like looks as cool. There's like a whole bunch of conveyor belts across the entire planet feeding into one central location. I wonder if they're like, and I feel like there's a lot of stuff in the game that kind of like discourages the giant like gigafactory thing as well. Where it's like you put like a trucking routes and stuff like that, and there's trains that move resources from like one place to another. Like why is that building vertically? Does it bother anybody that I don't have like anything on my hotbar? I literally go to the menu like every single time to pick what I'm about to build. That hole in the floor there for now. I feel like there's just so much floor space that could be utilized here. The other thought too is like I wanted to do stuff up there. I'm thinking like this would be a great, I could probably use that space. If I had like a giant smelting operation like over here and then just had it all like... The problem is I need to route it over there somehow. I feel like that would be the answer, right? Just route all the stuff to that side. I don't really mind if the factory looks huge over there. It's kind of like where I wanted the bigger part of the factory to be. This is like a nice open area. I don't know like how far back into the waterfall to build it. I didn't really want this to be like one with the cliff. I kind of wanted this to be like a floating little like column in the middle and then have it like go up a couple layers and then have more platforms and stuff. But you know, sometimes we build out of like need, right? And not out of like artistic expression, perhaps. Thinking like if I can just place some walls to kind of block in the shape. What does this look like from afar? Other than terrible. It's definitely bigger. I don't know if I like it as much. Maybe it's not so bad. I feel like that probably could go back a little bit more. And we'll have like two bigger kind of spaces to work with. And then I don't know if that's gonna go like any further over. I kind of want to like go back down, make like another cube there, and then we can do whatever after that. Just start building the downward part of the cube. In the water. I think this music is like doing things. It's making noises. I mean, I feel like we still have all that space over there. It's like not gonna be like super accessible, but we'll see. I'm hoping that with the addition of like all the plates on this side, like is that like enough? I feel like now that it's like at this larger scale, does it really matter if it comes off the cliff like that much more? Because I feel like those extra like 2 tiles could really give us like some the competitive edge, you know? It doesn't feel like a... It feels misproportioned from this side. I think I'll take this out. We'll go with that. That's like a nice little compromise, right? One more little, like, row of tiles to build on. And it fits over there, like what's already built over there anyway. I'm running into like every possible gap in terrain I could possibly run into. Alright, well, we ran that like merger over there, and I'm like, it's really not that much further to the factory, so should I just run that to like the front door basically? I'm hoping like with enough room over here. Let's see, so what do we have, like 120 plus 30 times 4, I think it's another 120. We have 280, 120, that's not right, 240. Oh my god. We have 240 inlets. How much can one of these smelt? 30. So we can run 3 off of the one, and then... Wait, what if like I fucked up some math here somewhere? There's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 of these. They should all be 30 each. And each of these should be able to feed a single smelter. Which again is kind of why I wonder, like, why didn't we just... I feel like I'm not gonna need like a block of iron ore. So I'm thinking, why don't we just take iron in like at ground level? I guess the idea is I wanted one giant like iron line coming into the factory, and then I wanted you to be able to like, basically like anytime you needed extra iron, I wanted to be able to just like smack a splitter off of it and like pull off the iron hose and like feed a different machine. And I guess maybe if these were fast enough conveyor belts, that would be possible. Because then they would just be moving like all, like literally all the iron, and you could easily just split off of it. But the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm like, why don't I just like make ingots like one? I don't know. I'm kind of torn, I guess. So I'm thinking you could totally just do something like this, right? Can you fit smelters in line this tightly? No. But you could... Why? I'm gonna fall through the hole. See, I guess my other thought is like if you were to go vertically with it, you could technically. That's gonna be too much. Like, we do need a way to get up here though, and I didn't buy the ladder at the Awesome Sink. I'm kind of thinking like, is now the time? Is it ladder time? I feel like it might be. Okay, is it architecture? Is a ladder a piece of architecture? That feels very like... It's in favorites. I didn't realize that button was the remove from favorites button. Should I just take all this DNA and make it into coupon stuff? Like we could get more later, right? Hope I'm not making a value, or not a value, a terrible mistake. Yeah, spitter. There's so much spitter protein here. I'm gonna feed all these to the Awesome Sink. I hope I don't find out these are used for something like really valuable later. Okay, we have 16 of these. What if there's like secret mods or upgrades, you know? What if I could have got X-ray vision, or I'd spent it on tickets to buy like a ladder instead, you know? I feel like I'd be really disappointed. That was pretty easy. That was so many coupons. It's like, I feel like these, now I have this real fear that like these are worth something like really valuable. I'm just burning them in the Awesome Sink. I remember like there used to be, do I want modern catwalks? Should I get safety railing, you know? I really want these steel framed windows at some point, but we need steel production first. I think we'll just go with the ladder for now. It feels essential almost.
Fun fact. Architecture was invented when people began building buildings. If it had been invented slightly beforehand, perhaps more old buildings would still be around. Humanity sometimes lacks vision.
Wow. She's so real for that, you know? Okay, this is my... Alright, so my theory is that we... kind of like stagger production, I guess? I don't know. My thought was like if we just build vertically, like... I could fit like 2 times the smelters in the same space. You know? I don't know if this is a good idea, but I've never done this before, and it seems like it'd be cool to try. Until we have to service like one of these, and it feels like it'll probably be like a nightmare, but... If we put that there, it's just bad. It's just gonna clip through. It seems like they're overlapping. I don't know about this one. They're indeed overlapping. Alright, because I guess the other option is like you just go for like the really spaced out factory, or I don't know, I guess we could go one taller than this, which might be the real solution. We'll have like a giant smelting wall. The ladder's not finished. It's kind of weird you can just, like, put these on the floor for no reason, kind of. My only issue with this system is we'll never have like a fat surplus of iron ore, but maybe that's fine, I don't know. I feel like we can revise this afterwards, right? This isn't the final product. We just need something that does stuff with what we have now. We can worry about what to do with what we have later. Or is that like a giant trap? Just line up. Also wondering like if I'm gonna end up using like how much of my power is gonna go into like smelting, and then when I realize like, oh shit, there's nothing for anything else. Yes, we could power like 4 of these. I guess this is, what is this, 8? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? I'm thinking like, what do we have now? So 120 coming off of that one machine, which 30. Does that really power 4 of those? It's insane to me. Only 6. I'm gonna feel really dumb when it turns out I've like done some basic math wrong. But for now, just keep smelting, I guess. We're gonna have like double the smelter production. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this iron. Like, what am I gonna use it for? And also, do I want like, so the iron's kind of over here, but I'm also thinking like, technically I could actually just start this at the corner and we could just move all the stuff to like the middle, you know? Like, is it better to just start here in the very corner and waste like not a drop of space type of thing? Or... I'm thinking like the copper has to come in here too at some point. I'm like, I could actually just smelt the copper next to the iron, kind of in a similar way. But that might be bad because then it's like we would have no space to like expand to iron smelting if we ever have to. I guess we could just keep moving stuff over. I don't know. Line up? Are you lined up? Is it gonna be a trap if I like put this ladder in here somewhere? Is it gonna ruin my day when like I need to put a conveyor belt here or something and there's gonna be the only one that has the ladder right here, so it's gonna be the only one that doesn't work. We can get to the upper ones, which is ladder, right? I have no idea how to tell if these ones on top are lined up with the ones on bottom. I also don't know if it matters. Like it matters to me. I wanted that tiny little gap there, kind of, and I think that's why I put the other ones as forward as I did. I feel like that's further forward. Okay, it goes to like that little line on the back of the plate. This is where it goes. This one's a little too far back. Yes, I think it goes like there. I don't think that's where that goes. Does it? God, these this is it. This is the pro. Alright, I guess it goes there. This is like 10 times 2. No, 5 times 2. This is 10. I don't think we're gonna use all these yet, but we'll have them here just in case. I'm sure we'll probably use them at some point, except maybe not, because again, it's like I think the steel production might actually be done like off-site somewhere. I probably could have placed all these and had these. Why not? But now I'm thinking, wouldn't it be so cool to just move steel production here? So I don't know, because then we have to run all those conveyor belts. I'm really not looking forward to. I remember when I used to believe that conveyor belts were the future. The only viable way to transport goods in this game. I realize my brain is like dying at this point. What do we got? Smelter. I've left more room back here. I feel like this is kind of nice because like there's enough space between these. You can get in like between them. You can kind of like get back here if you have to like service them or upgrade them or anything. It's not. Oh, they go through like the ceiling right now. Hang on. Where's the ceiling conveyor lift hole? Yeah, there we go. I feel like, what are these for, right? Because like they just, is this purely for looks? It like makes your factory look like you didn't just shove a giant conveyor belt through the floor. guess it's like decent, right? It like looks good, kind of. And from the outside, I guess we'll start moving these. So they feed up there. There's so many of these. This is insane. That's not what I have no idea what that is hooked onto in the back there. Oh, I realized a problem. Most of these belts will be fine. For the one belt that has like the 120, it's gonna have to split it. And that splitting is gonna end up being done here on like the floor, and it's gonna look super gross. I don't know if I like that. Is it so bad, really? At the end of the day? The other alternative is I could run 3. I could split it at the miner and then run like 3 fat conveyor belts across the land. I feel like I like that less, but like, maybe it's not so bad. I mean, like, it'd be cool to put that in here somewhere. Now I'm also thinking like, good luck, first of all, and second of all, actually. Did you put like a splitter here? So you could totally just put like the one conveyor wall hole. Oh no, this is off center. No. No. Okay, because I was thinking you could totally just put the splitter here, right? And then like have the just feed the one. And then what you do is you do like that, right? And then you just have this like twist to this side and that one twist to this side. It'd be perfect. Like that might literally line up perfectly. Yeah, if it actually would, that'd be amazing. Like, you could literally just split the one feed. Maybe we'll do that for like the fancy conveyor belt. The only downside is like it won't match outside the factory. And you'll have this nasty little hole in the wall where like bugs and insects can probably enter the factory, you know, get into like your Kellogg's Fruit Loops and all that shit, whatever. But it'll be, I was gonna say it'll be fine. I'm like, do I try to like decide how much I actually hate this? Versus, like, is it okay? Is this okay? Am I okay with this? Like for 4 hours. I feel like I like this less than smacking a splitter on the floor outside the factory. Which is maybe not a good thing. I don't know. Like, what does it matter, right? Because, like, I guess it's about, like, from far away, it's gonna affect how it looks. I think that's gonna bother me. I think. Because, like, at least from, like, you won't be able to see the thing from far away, right? So this will all just look the same, and I think I like that a lot better than, like, running off in the distance and then seeing that one splitter thing, like, not making the cut, you know? I'm actually gonna reroute this belt as well, because I want it to wrap around the wider side of this, mining facility, but I really... I want to be really vain about this too, though, because I only want it, I don't want it to snake across the cliffside here. I want the fact that the belt comes from, like, the distance. Why are you not, like, going anywhere? Okay. It's like, I want it to run outside here, and then I want the fact that the belt doesn't naturally follow that contour to be hidden by the land, you know? kind of thinking of also like, you know what else I'm thinking though? I feel like this is always gonna be the case, but I'm wondering if you feed these into a central storage and it's like, does that reduce the miners like runtime? Right, because like if they're always feeding one of these, then they're constantly going to be like, they're always going to be on basically trying to supply that connection. Whereas like if you run them all to a box and that box is full, it'd be like only one of the miners will have to like pick up the slack. But that only works if your supply doesn't like meet or exceed your demand, in which case like they'll be shutting off anyway. That makes sense, because like the ingots will back up, so eventually they'll shut off. It'll be weird because like I think more shit will kick on and off at once, as like every time an ingot gets used, the entire backlog of mining facilities could end up like kicking on and coming to life. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. We're out of inventory space, I think. What do I do about the copper though? Should I put the copper over here like its own like two little thing, or like? My other thought too with this is you could technically just do copper production like up on that top part, right? Does this even power anything? I think it doesn't go anywhere. Why do these... Okay, these go over the one copper tube. Which I guess isn't so bad, but it's also not like super awesome. Oh no. Alright, we're littering now. I'm gonna go dump some of this stuff in like one of these smelters. That's my plan. I'm also hoping I don't kill the entire power grid when I suddenly hook up this smelting operation. This is iron ingots. Iron ingots, iron ingots. I'm sad there's no like floor, or I guess like floor and or ceiling plug in this game. Like why can't I hang my wires as a giant like electrical fire hazard? Like imagine you could walk into like the chandelier of high voltage. Like wouldn't that be cool? What's unsafe about that? Like why can't they do that? Does this seem like an awkward place? So my other thought is like I guess we go like up, right? I was thinking we could go from like the upper floor to the lower floor, but I'm thinking it might just be better to do like all the upper power connections like on one and then all the lower power connections on the other. Like have like one pole like on the side here that kind of like splits the connection. We need one of these every 2 power machines, maybe? Unless we actually could just do it every 1. That could actually work as well. I think downside being you could technically, I guess you can't because like it's like a zigzag. I really don't want like giant V-shaped wires in my factory. I will keep with the like every machine gets its own power pole type of thing, I guess, for now. It's even the center. Is there even a center here? I feel like no matter what, you're like off the line. This seems more functionally correct to me. I think this one as well. Where would this... I think this is it. If we had a machine there, I think that'd be it. That seems like it's... I guess these would be in the center of the machines if they were like in the correct place. Now I'm thinking like they're not. I think that's actually the center. Right? Because these ones go here in the middle of the conveyor belt. And these ones should be in the middle of the machine. I feel like some of these have no middle. I feel like I'm being lied to. I don't know what is correct anymore. Like if I look at this, it seems wrong. But then some of them are like off center to the point where it's like I don't know if there's like a correct way. I don't know why that's over there. It's just there for now, you know. This one's like, okay, so if we continued this trend and we had a conveyor belt thingy here, I guess it'd be like here. Wait for this to like this is a high voltage power line running through this ladder. This is fine. Just run that down to that. Seems safe. I guess we should like bring this out here. I really need that like wall connector. Actually, maybe this is the time to like invest in the yes, the wall power outlets. I kind of don't like these, but actually, that makes me think I could have ran like there is like a wall back there. I don't know. Is there like a graceful? Again, it's like you don't have like a floor connection. Is there like any graceful way to transfer the power like up and down a floor? I was like, should I invest in these signs instead of spending all my money on power outlets? I feel like signs seem cool, but power outlets just seem so practical. Or we could have got chrome finish, for like paint or copper finish or unpainted finish. These might be cool. Can you put these on machines and make like super shiny machines and stuff? Or are they just for like foundations? Oh, this would actually be cool too, half foundation. Might be fancy. To get that like just that extra little like bit of walking space when you set some of these up. Actually, I kind of wonder if wall can like snap to that half foundation as well. Excuse me, I'm yawn. This is how you unlock more. I do like that they have, or like more building hacks. Sorry, I like had half a thought and didn't finish it. Oh, this would be cool too. Little poles to like support the buildings. I feel like I don't know why you would need them because nothing falls down right now, but I think I'm gonna buy these. We'll be very sad when
Fix-It never recalls a product. Every awesome item is guaranteed to work for its entire lifetime.
Wow.
Enjoy your purchase.
Wow. Like, does this even make sense anymore? We have the power coming in here because that's where it came from in the past, but I'm thinking like we could totally just run like one single power line like back there to where the coal stuff is. And then like we could figure out where to redistribute the electrical grid from there. Because that feels like it makes a lot more sense to me than continuing to just have that power pole where it is, because that's where it always was. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we could put walls here, or windows here, or something here. Right now it's gonna be walls. And then just put the this wall outlet there. Just smack that on in there. How tall is this? It's like too tall? 2.5 tall? How tall is a power pole? Seems like it's about 2 walls tall. Alright, so here comes my other question, right? For this, do we want this to go down and then up? Or just want to see how far we can snake it across the land like a giant zip line? I feel like which of these is cooler, you know? I like this giant industrial zipline power pole. Like that. So we could also have just gone like straight down to ground level and then I feel like I don't really like that. Or if it's here, kind of like that a little bit better. I think the reason I like this game so much is because it's like Minecraft, but it gives you like just enough purpose to like still have stuff to do. My issue with Minecraft is like get kind of bored, and I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. And I guess like it's not like Minecraft doesn't have like a start, and like a beginning and like an end. Like you can do stuff. There's like people that like speedrun Minecraft, like make it to the end, but sometimes I'm just like, what is this for in Minecraft? Like I could build that giant monument to the heavens, but like what would I do with it? I guess maybe that's not like fair either, because I have like redstone technology in Minecraft. You can probably do a lot of stuff with that, but I don't know, my brain's just like, I feel like I'm not driven by that for the same reason. What is this glowing thing here? It's like a power line that was highlighted to be deleted. I almost like don't hate the 3 cascading power lines coming off of that. At the same time, though. I don't know, what does this look like from afar? Is it a giant mess? It kind of is. I guess I feel like no matter what, that power line going down the building is kind of an eyesore. No matter what angle it comes down the building. Even if it's like straight down, it's still there. You can still see it. It's still visible. And I guess my other thought is like maybe I should hide it like back here somewhere, because that could also just be an option. Like you would never see it unless you look like really far back. And then this would be fun because you could like run this like kind of along the water. And it's like I feel like the power comes into the factory like a really weird place. And that said, the generator's actually back there. Or like the hub is back there, and then the fuse is back here. So this could end up working out like really conveniently. If you just had like build this up. And then hidden like way back here. It was like the power. You could totally just hook it up to that pole right there. This could be the central power inlet for the base. Except that also kind of looks like an eyesore. I don't like that it goes all the way to that wall. How do people route power in this game in a way that like doesn't look hideous? You could also totally like. I really like the power poles more than like the wall outlets. Again, like I don't know why. I guess. Like at least you could hide all like the wires along the wall, but it just looks like not great. I kind of wish they'd do like the arc thing, where you could like just have certain like walls that just naturally supported power. Just like, well, this wall was energized, and then everything could just like either plug into the wall. I guess maybe what a lot of people might do. I guess what I never kind of thought of was like, if you were willing to go the distance and everything was against a wall, you could totally just put like little wall outlets down on the ground. Like here where we did this, you absolutely could just put like single wall outlets for like these machines. And then just have this one carry over to the other wall outlet. I still kind of wish you could run them along the ceiling. I feel like that'd be way better. Or if I can put the power pole upside down. That's a sample building, middle mouse button. But then it just pinged. Oh, this is ping. Alright, so I'm thinking, oh shit, that was a single power. That wasn't a double. I need this. So it goes outside. Just a little classic double outlet. Feed it from this. Feed this down here or something like this. If you do that, that's amazing. Fuck. Oh. I was like, what is this? I never realized they actually, like, get made out of the stuff that they say they're made out of. How far can we go with this? Are we, like, ruining the beauty of this waterfall by running these power poles down here, though? You know? Have we ruined the landscape with our industrialization? Didn't we like put that down there by like the rocks? It'd be funny if you could like do the wall outlets along the cliffside. Just anchor it along the cliff. I'm gonna run out of wire. I'm already out of wire. I'm out of cable. This is unfortunate. Just why real people build like highways and stuff and they just run their power along the highway. If I had like a train, I could run the power along the train. guess it's time to. Oh my god, there's so much like random stuff in our inventory. I was thinking like it's time to grab our random assortment of cable, but then I realized like we have some, and also we have a bunch of ore in here. Oh, I think I was gonna dump this ore into these smelters. Actually, just to like recycle, you know? Oh my god, they're actually powered. This isn't gonna end well because I don't have like outlet for this yet. There's nowhere for these materials to outlet to. What should I do with all the stuff that's gonna come out of those? It's the age-old dilemma of like, do I put it all in one container? Or do I like kind of try to, oh, I guess what I could have done actually is ran the power inside the building and then ran it down. Maybe I'll do that at some point later. If I ever finish like this side of the factory or ever find I need it for something, that's when we'll do that stuff. Actually makes me think like if this was like a steel node, since the coal's like not that far away over there, that could totally be like the steel production part of the factory. Guess that's the downside of like smaller factories too, is that if I'm gonna build this giant factory to house all this stuff, I didn't make cable. I'm so dumb. I literally dropped off ore and did nothing. Can I make a crafting bench? Oh my goodness. This is saved me. This might be like one of the last things I do, and then we might end this stream. Just a heads up. I'll finish hooking up the power grid, and then like, I don't know, I kind of want to get the smelting operation online, but that also just feels like there'll be so much. I keep like getting lost in the sauce, where I'm like, I'll just do this one more thing, I'll just do this one more thing, and then it's like, I am getting attacked. In the darkness. Also while I was drinking liquid. Where is this thing? I thought I missed. It looked like it shot the ground in front of it. I'll take it. Okay, off we go. I think it's there. We can kind of see it. Am I going through the cliff? I don't like this. Oh, it actually connects. I feel like there was something I wanted to do at that power plant. Now I can't think of it. What was important? I might leave this here just because I think when we do open up the steel production facility, it's probably I'm just gonna need to power stuff back that way anyway. So we'll keep this here for now. I kind of wonder. Okay, so this is going like across the water. This up over here, perhaps. I love the like actual speed boost you get from like jump sliding on conveyor belts. Because I think walking on conveyor belts gives you just that extra bit of speed. I think sliding also gives you that bit of speed. So just go flying. Which makes me think, I wonder if there's people that build like Mark IV conveyor belt ramps. You just like jump off of them and then slide. Actually, now I'm thinking like it might really, maybe I'm not going that much faster. Did we do it? Is production still online? Everything looks like it's still running. So maybe we'll just keep this here, like this. No fuel, no power. I think there's been an issue somewhere. Is any of this online? Are you online? Do you have power? Pause production? That's not gonna work. Idle. Oh, because these don't have anything. So this makes sense, I think. This is still doing stuff, surprisingly. Kind of. Okay. I guess back to what I was doing. My other thought too was like, do I want to like? I don't know if it's worth trying to like do these like super fancy, but I thought this might be cool because it would like hug the rock face more. I don't know. I feel like it's just a flex, you know. It just shows that we have the technology to do it. I feel like we've lost a belt somewhere. The one that comes from that. We can also probably tear this down. I built this forever ago when we were like trying to make these and set these up. And we had like no factory. But now it's not like that anymore. So like we can just roll with what we have. I'm amazed we actually like climbed up that. Okay, this is gonna be weird because can I not just hook that up in this? Can I route this over here? Somehow, perhaps. Just delete this. Power that like that. Need a splitter. Should I line this up or should I just like kind of wing it? I almost kind of like it better if it's like off axis, but I don't think that's gonna like conveyor belt well. That's what I'm kind of, that's my fear. Let's see. I want this to be like that scene from like Invader Zim where he has like, I think he literally has like the earth like plugged into his house and it's just like power cables everywhere that like feed into his home from various parts of the planet, you know what I'm talking about? I almost want like this to be like more I want this to snake more like this too. just now realizing. We one short. We just not put that one down. Okay. Now we're like actually like missing something. This isn't gonna work for these because I thought was I guess I wish these faced the other this way more. Kind of like over here somewhere. Does that work? Does this work? I think this is too tall. I think I shot the equipment on accident. What height are these regular? This is about the right height. I think it's because this one's like the ground's like a little lower here. It looks like it's off. Maybe I moved this power pole over here so we like wouldn't have this issue. But I'm thinking maybe we'll just put this one over here like anyway. I'll just like go over here kind of. Is it working? Is the system online? This one is not connected. I forgot to fix it. This is all gonna have to be like level 2 conveyor belt as well. I think we'll probably do that next stream as well. For it is late and I am growing hungry. I don't want to like, I mean, I guess it kind of works. All right, whatever. I was like, I didn't want it to be like awkwardly, these 3 smelters are gonna have like a really bad life until I actually upgrade this conveyor belt. The question again, what do I do with the output of all this? I could just take it as like raw ingots, I guess. There's 100 of these in here. These are already full. Oh, I guess I should dismantle this, right? We can remove this wall. I don't know why I'm doing this by hand. Wait, I forgot there's like merging and splitting stuff up there. Aim very carefully here. We'll lose. I don't know. I guess we won't lose something like very important. I guess, except that. Like I don't want that included. I don't want to lose the old smelter, even though I don't actually know if these have a purpose anymore. So it might be fine to just like ditch them. See, my other thought too, though, is like now that we have this like this, I was gonna run all the stuff like along the floor, but now I'm thinking like since these are fed by triple wall things, we could actually feed them back. Like we could just feed all this up into the ceiling, and then that'd be super clean. Let's try to demonstrate what I mean. I eventually want all this to be concrete. feel like, I swear I remember there being like a way to like change the material on this. I don't remember where that is now. Oh, okay, oh my god, concrete wall. Check that out, fix it wall. I think there's like a material thing too that you can use here. Can I operate all this? I don't know how this works. Do these have different costs? This one costs concrete. What does a fix-it wall cost? Plates and concrete. Did I get my plates back? How does that work? Or am I just I think I'm spending concrete. I'm literally rebuilding this wall and not getting a refund. What the fuck? What gives? Should I just wait and do it all as like the siding? I feel like the siding can also look kind of clean. Concrete walls are the future because the longer concrete stands, the more concrete it gets. Or something. It gets like harder over time, I guess. Supposedly concrete never stops hardening. I think that's a bunch of bullshit, but material scientists may argue differently and they have the knowledge and I don't. So, you know, listen to your local material scientist. Okay, so this is my other thought, right? Is this gonna work? I'm thinking, I originally wanted, this would be a great place for like the little half wall thing, because I would love to put like a tiny little half wall here. Just enough to like have a little lip, because what I'm about to do is this. Yeah, so I'm thinking we could totally do this, right? Why not? Feels like it should line up. I don't think it does. Theoretically, what should happen here? Oh, that's not what I want. This should be able to. Okay, it does. This is a double? Okay. It's like... There's just like gaps. Like, what the fuck has happened? This is what all the cool kids are doing in factories. I just want to know, like, I never really watch other people, like, play this game too much. I feel like everybody probably has, like, their own, like, building style. Like, that must be, like, so interesting to, like, see how some people build and, like, achieve the same task compared to others. My thought was, like, if you do this, you can totally move like all this material along the ceiling. Like never actually has to like run a conveyor belt across the floor, right? It's like if you had like your smelting stuff over here, like if you had like ingot storage and everything like that, like on this side of the factory, you'd have this wonderful walking path, and then you could run belts like along the ceiling there, and then down here you could actually do stuff with all those ingots. Whether you want to turn them into screws or do whatever, you know, whatever stuff you're doing. Okay, I think I'm gonna dump all this ore in like the awesome sink. And it's not gonna be worth a lot, but I need some place to throw away like all this excess stuff. I was gonna hope that powering the awesome sink doesn't trip the power. Because I looked at our consumption now that all those smelters are online. Max consumption is 308 and capacity is 330. We're only making 300 though. So if all this stuff turns on in theory, we're completely fucked. But for now we're fine. Oh my god, there's so much stuff in here. I guess these were the like the overflow for all the smelting stuff before this. My stomach has gone from like kind of growling to continuously growling. So I swear this will be the last thing I do and then I'm waving. I apologize. But I need food. Or I'll die, I guess. I mean that's I guess I could do that too if you This other one's gonna be full of this as well. Take just you guys. I should have taken from this one because that box would be gone. It'd be one less box in the world, you know, one less thing to worry about. I feel like it's like one less thing I have to do later compared to like emptying the other box. There's just a bunch of stuff in it. Also, I apologize because I feel like my words are starting to blur more and more together as time goes on here. Is this a tier 2? This is a Mark 1. Feed that into the awesome sink at turbo speed. Wow, where'd it go? That might literally be all we do because I really am hungry and tired and I want to go home even though I'm home. I think this will be it. I wanted to do like a really long stream, and sadly I don't think the stream ended up much longer than normal. So apologies for that as well. I feel like my brain starts to like slowly rot as I listen to more and more of this music. Not that this music is like bad or anything, I just feel like my brain turns to mush like the longer I listen to breakcore. This used to happen in Apex streams towards the end too. And it happens here at the Satisfactory stream as well. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for the raid burger. Thank you for the follow, Benjamin. Thank you for the follow, Tiny Pytree Hard. Tiny. I hope I'm absolutely destroyed your name. I'm sorry. Thanks to everybody who hung out and chatted and yeah. I think we're gonna raid Kit Kat. Actually, I'm deciding. I have to make a decision. Valorant or Silent Hill or Baldur's Gate 3. I'm thinking like which of these is more interesting, or Overwatch 2. I don't really like Overwatch 2 to be honest with you. Someone else is playing TCG Card Shop. I don't really like. I don't even want to know. I probably shouldn't even say these words. I don't really like card games very much, to be honest. And it feels, I think there's like, I liked Back 4 Blood. Does that count as a card game? I feel like that's gonna get so much hate, but I'm kind of like Baldur's Gate's kind of decent. I'm also trying to like branch out, like meet new people. I feel like I raid the same people all the time and it's great, but it makes me think like maybe I should go meet new people. Should I find new people to raid? If anybody in the chat is awake and you have an idea for a new raid victim / person to meet, now's your chance. This is your time. I will. You can name anybody you want, preferably under 30 viewers, probably. Try to keep like, don't tell me to like raid like Dog VA or something, because he's not gonna give a shit. Otherwise, I mean, I could also try to use the browse feature, I guess. You can browse for like a raid victim. My Opera tab, I have so many tabs, my Opera does not know how to handle it. Mute this tab before it plays music. Okay. I think like I've never actually like. I used to try to scout out like people to raid before, like just like in between streams, because I was like I wanted like people to raid, right? I used to do this for like Apex streamers. I used to like try to find all like the small VTubers that would stream Apex, because I feel like then you get that like you're the same kind of people, right? And then it's like also I just like, no offense to anybody out there who's like struggling. Sometimes my mic quality is not that great, but sometimes you raid somebody and they're like, honestly I should applaud them more because they're like out there on like a laptop mic or something like that, and you hear like the fan in the background, and it's like they're doing their best in streaming, which is more than I can say for me like a lot of the time. A lot of times I'm just like, oh no, if everything's not perfect, I can't stream, which is a direct contrast to like, I've literally seen a guy with like a fucking plastic telephone for like a microphone, and I'm just like, and he actually like, it sounded pretty decent, but I'm just like, bro, like he does not give a shit. Or maybe it's one of those things where it's like he's putting in so much effort, it looks like he's not putting in any effort at all. There's like some skill to that too, I've heard. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking for like other satisfactory streamers, kind of. So far, one person's stream I've looked at looks like they're really struggling, and it feels bad to say. Oh, this guy looks like he has like a train. It looks sick. My problem, again, I feel like I shouldn't say this either. I feel like there's a lot of flesh tubers on Twitch. This person's 112 viewers. I'm thinking of raiding them. That seems like a bad idea. What if we raid the person next to them with 21 viewers? There's like, what is with this? Like, alright, there's one person with 21 viewers, there's a person on the right with 92 viewers, then there's a person on the left with like 112 viewers. Like, why? It's like the one in the middle. Like, why is this like this? Like, what's going on there? Looking at stuff on the other monitor. I have another idea as well. Maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know. I was thinking, like, is there anybody in like any of the Discords that I frequently visit? Are they what are they doing now? Like one of these persons, what does it mean if you're like a... I know so little about Twitch, man. Like, what does it mean if you're like a purple check mark by your name? I feel like this means this person's like a partner. I don't, alright, what other games are people playing? I'm trying to think of what is like a game like I enjoy. But again, it's like I feel like if we don't, it won't be the same. Alright, maybe I should just build shit while I debate this. I don't know, in the background. I'm thinking like I feel like I could raid somebody playing like a different game, but then I feel like it wouldn't fit the satisfactory vibe. So it's like it might not be like the same kind of experience there. You know, I just don't know. Life is funny sometimes. I'm gonna, I guess, see how much of this dumped into the awesome sink in the time it took me to develop. Oh, that's kind of a decent amount. That emptied quick. We're at 120 points a minute, which seems kind of sad considering, but I mean, it's like iron ore, right? This is fine. I think in the old setup, I actually had like I just straight up fed one of the iron veins like into that awesome sink for like at least like some continuous supply of slow building points. And then I'm kind of thinking like, if I have all these excess ingots being made, maybe I could feed it. What if I fed it a bunch of ingots? I don't know if like ingots, how they compare to like just raw iron ore, because I feel like theoretically ingots take more power to make, so that could be a terrible use of power. I don't know, you know. It could be a giant waste. feel like I'm thinking, okay. This person says they're NA e-boy hunting. And even though they're playing Valorant, I feel like that's funny enough, it makes me want to raid them. So, if they are playing Valorant, I don't know, it's gonna be like a really different shift in vibe. Someone said they were here from like, they watched a CSGO stream and ended up here somehow. I guess this is how it happens. Alright, I think I'm going to kick off the raid. There's like, this person's playing Baldur's Gate, but it has like, there's like a face in the background that genuinely looks like that like fucking screaming on the mountains cowboy meme. It makes me kind of laugh. Sorry, I'm like really quiet. I'm internally debating. I'm playing Metal Gear. It's pretty good. Someone's playing Monster Hunter Rise, which is like another good game that's literally nothing like this. So yeah, those are our options. Should I just spin a wheel? Should I let like the fate decide it? I'm really between the Valorant stream and the Monster Hunter Rise stream, to be honest, because one of these people is e-boy hunting and the other one says, can they make your pants rise, in this picture of like a ghost. So I think we're going with the Monster Hunter Rise stream. So I feel like I've decided. All right, take care of yourselves. Be well. Have a good day, night, evening, whatever time of time happens to be, wherever you happen to be in the world. Shit post more, serious post less. That's I think that's gonna be like my catchphrase of sorts. Yeah, I think that's it. I thanked everybody. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me. Thanks for watching my super boring organization satisfactory stream where I ran around in circles and did literally nothing for most of the time. I feel like we made some decent progress. I think I'll do a link to the Twitter where there's shit posting below, and then there's a link to the Discord where you can chat off stream and also find out when the next time I stream, because sometimes my stream schedule is pretty like insane at times. So yeah, how about that? But other than that, if there's enough notifications in your life, that's fine. Thinking, is there anything else before I click the button and like have sealed my fate? I think that's it. I guess that's it. Next stream might be tomorrow, might not. I don't know. Yesterday, I definitely felt like I was going to do the stream today. Tomorrow, I feel like today, I don't know if I feel like I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. Normally, there's scheduled streams like Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That almost literally never happens. I think I'm going to like adjust my schedule to be what it really is, where it's like it's going to be 2 a.m. or 2 a.m. on a Wednesday or Friday is when streams typically end up happening. So that's Mountain Standard Time, 2 a.m. So yeah, if you're around at either of those times, feel free to stop by. Or if you see me anywhere else, just feel free to say hi. Other than that, that's all I got. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Be well. And as soon as I'm ready and have stalled out the rest of this timer, I'll bid you adieu. All right, goodbye, everybody. Have a good night. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's the end of the stream. All right, goodbye. Goodbye for real. Take care. Thank you for watching.